our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Sam Martin to punt. Deep back, the rookie Gibson. Under the ball, looking into the lights. Makes the catch against his chest, 35. Breaks the tackle, 40. Comes to the near side of the block with the 50. Down the near side, the 40. Room to roam, 35-30. Got a block at 5th, 25-20. He goes inside the 15. Breaks the tackle, 5. Touchdown! Touchdown! The Jets have won! The Jets have won! 65-yard punt return by the rookie, Xavier Gibson.
And we start with the great Kevin Harlan on Westwood One with the walk-off win last night for the New York Jets. The New York Jets, while losing Aaron Rodgers, still beat the Buffalo Bills in their season opener. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You had something that was awful for sports, something that was great for sports, and then this morning we're about to get something awful again with Aaron Rodgers going down, the Jets still pulling out this win, and then this morning we will get the confirmation probably that Aaron Rodgers is out for the year and maybe the career is over. 4 plays in.
4 plays in. Still got a 2.6 QBR. Still that.
That matchup was some of the debuts on Sunday.
I do believe that would be the worst in the league.
Only 6 points worse than Daniel Jones, who played all 4 quarters. Only 6 points worse.
6 points worse. Don't know how that happened. Only 20 points worse than Zach Wilson, who won a game.
Look, man, in my opinion, this sucks. All the air was obviously taken out of the stadium. I was a little bit probably more invested. Well, I was definitely more invested. Had the Aaron Rodgers bet with Bobby, but then Hard Knocks.
Good news, the bet's off.
I had that is great news that the bet is off. Although I don't know whether it is great news, judging by the Jets offensive line throughout the season. Maybe good news for me, but I just you hate it as a sports fan because now the New York Jets are not interesting. Don't care about Zach Wilson. I was rooting for Zach Wilson last night because of Hard Knocks. Will they make a call for a veteran?
Tommy boy.
Tom Brady's name was being thrown out there, but this just sucked. You're
Matt
sitting
Ryan.
there, you're waiting. You have all the anticipation. The Jets are going to be a storyline throughout the entire year, and just like that, it's gone.
It's gone.
I hate it as a sports fan.
They can't
Really hate it with Aaron Rodgers in the AFC. NFC, maybe, you got the Jets coming up. I'm not as sports depressed, but he's over in the other conference. I hate it.
I assume they'll make a call to somebody.
They have to.
They're probably. I can't imagine they would go back down that Zach Wilson rabbit hole again.
Right.
Hey, offer up a third for Cooper Rush.
I think Shanahan tried to get Phillip Rivers out of retirement last year.
He just had that 12th kid. Like, he just had another, right? Did he not have just another child? They announced a baby.
I feel like if you have the 10th kid and that didn't stop you, or the 9th or the 8th, then I don't know if 12 is necessarily stopping you. But it was a gut punch.
Yummy.
It was a gut punch for the stadium. Obviously, Robert Saleh, he wasn't smiling anymore like he was during Hard Knocks. Woody Johnson with his stupid little chain and necklace that he's wearing in the owner's suite, he wasn't smiling too much either. The entire stadium was completely shocked, but the Jets still pull out the win. But the speculation began, is it an ankle? Ryan Clark tweeting it's a broken ankle. You have all the Twitter doctors.
Noted Dr. Ryan Clark.
That's right. Well, that, and he is a trainer as well, judging
Absolutely.
Tua, as Ryan Clark got destroyed after Tua's incredible debut. And then Robert Saleh last night started talking about the reality.
All right, I'll deal with the quarterback real quick. Concerned with his Achilles. MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen. So prayers tonight, but it's not good.
It's not good. So we'll get the confirmation today.
There are a handful of injuries that befell the over 40 crowd, and the Achilles is one of them. It just dries up. All those tendons just dry up on you, and you're like so just at risk. And that's one of the reasons why guys don't play that long. One of the reasons is that eventually injury just causes you to wave bye-bye. And, you know, like, I think when he starts walking up the field, you're like, okay, he's walking up the field. Yeah, he'll be all right. And then, you know, the Twitter doc's like, yeah, well, J.K. Dobbins walked up the field.
Yeah.
Ooh, he did, didn't he? Yeah.
You see him limping to the locker room. They got him in the boot afterwards.
Oh, yeah. Once they brought the card out, you're like, uh-oh, he done.
Plus, he's old.
Yeah, I mean, that's it.
40 years old.
Yeah, when you're 40 years old, like those ligaments, those tendons, just they dry up on you. They don't work as well.
That second year off the ACL, now you're 42 after the recovery. Does he want to go through all that, even though he was loving the city? He was apparently loving his new teammates. He was loving being a New York Jet. Yeah. Is he going to want to stick it out? Will he go on McAfee today? I think he's maybe scheduled for that show like he usually is, but Aaron Rodgers looks to be gone for the entire season.
It really does suck. I mean, we talked about off season. This Jets team could be really fun to watch. And with them being in the other conference, it didn't really matter until the Super Bowl if the Cowboys played them. Yep. But, I mean, it sucks the life out of next week. You know, now you're facing a Jets team. And I tried not to make it about the Cowboys last night. But, I mean, as a Cowboy fan, and we cover the Cowboys, obviously, I mean, it was hard not to. But, yeah, it sucks overall.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. I haven't gotten a feeling from you that you were sad as a sports fan. Are you just dead inside like usual?
No, I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess like I grew up rooting for the Jets. Like, I know that this is just what happens to the Jets, and
no one's
I'm
dying.
Just numb to it. Like I've also reached a point in my life where if it's not something that I cover, I don't care about it enough. Just because, like, I've had to separate not separate, but like, I don't know.
You cover the National Football League. Like, the Jets are now a non-factor.
I know, but like they were. Let's be fair. They were non-factor before in terms of winning a championship.
Yeah,
right?
but I always love. Well, I don't know. Are you talking about with Rodgers? They could have been a factor in winning a championship. I don't know. He clearly.
Yeah,
he was right. Talking like the Jets were in play as a possibility. No one had them above, really Cincinnati and Kansas City and maybe even Buffalo. But then you start talking about your Miamis of the world. The Jets are right in there with your Ravens and your Chargers. They were arguably the most interesting team in the league. So I think for me, we're robbed, and it sucks as a storyline.
It does suck as a storyline, and it does rob people of like the intrigue of, hey, what could happen? Like what could happen here if Aaron Rodgers returns to form.
And you see an all-time great possibly go out forever this way.
Yeah, and then the other side is like, when you get somebody who's been so locked into one franchise, they leave, it's just a little different. It loses some of that nostalgia. But we've seen a lot of that, that's gone. We're numb to that now. Favre left, Montana left, Manning left, Brady left. So it's like we're numb to the guys leaving at this point too.
An awful loss. The pressure's already mounting on the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen looked terrified last night. I had to deal with the Josh Allen, Dak Prescott messages throughout the entire night. Well, I didn't have to deal with it throughout the entire night because I didn't entertain it. I was still on a Cowboy high. I didn't have the energy last night to deal with it. We will today.
Just ignore those people. So, like Josh Allen's completely overrated. You could go down that one, but ignore those are the what about people. Those are the people that look like at somebody else's house. Be like, well, their house is burning down too. Let's talk about their house burning down. Well, because I don't live in their house. That's why, jackass. All right? I don't live in Buffalo. I don't care about Josh Allen. I don't care what Josh Allen does. All I care about is what Dak Prescott does. Leave that to Dan Orlovsky. Go to Dan Orlovsky with that. He's got to worry about both teams. I worry about one team.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. We have a Rangers ticket giveaway. We'll have Ask Reddit and Jerry Jones live at 8:30. As Peyton tweeted, he should be in a fantastic mood. So we'll bring you the medical news on A-Rod when we get it. Inside the Star at 6. But the Rangers get another win with a lot of help from the brand new kid. That's next on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday right here on The Fan.
Carter, 1 for 5 at the outset of his big league career. Swings here and hits one high and deep down the right field line. Evan Carter has just hit his first big league home run. He has tied the score at 2. A majestic shot well over the right field wall. Carter touches them all. We're tied up here in the third.
That's the call from Hicksey on your home for Rangers baseball. In case you forgot, that is 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. You combine that with Jonah Heim's grand slam. Dane Dunning gets the win, and the Rangers beat the Toronto Blue Jays in a monster series, 10-4, to win their third straight game.
Yeah, big granny from Jonah. Big assist, big outfield assist from Evan Carter. Maybe they're back. I don't know. We'll see. This is a huge win, though. This is one of those, like, if you could go to Toronto and if you get a split, if you just get a split, you have to worry about that anymore. They got a tough schedule to end the year. Let's see. Let's do it.
Needed something from Dane Dunning. He had not given 6 innings since August 13th. The earned runs since then, 3, 4, 3. And then in his previous outing, 5 1/3 against the Armpit, where he gave up 9. Last night, he went 6 hits, 3 earned, 7 strikeouts. So they've been needing some desperation from the starters with all the injuries and all the questions. Dane Dunning moves to 10-6.
Yeah, and that was that game against Houston. That was the sacrificial lamb game. That's where was it Scherzer came in, started it, got blowed up, and then Dunning comes in there. They're like, just save us for the day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for your ERA. We'll just ignore this game. We'll scratch this out. When we comes contract and arbitration time, we'll just scratch this game out of your total earned run average.
But great news elsewhere, because the Armpit lost. They got shut out by the Athletics, and the Mariners lost in extra innings. So back in second place are your Texas Rangers, 2 games back of the Astros. Seattle is 2.5 back. So a perfect night. They win. The other 3, including Toronto, all lose.
Yeah.
So that is great.
So they pick up some time. They pick up a game on Toronto. So they're a half game back at Toronto for the second wild card. The Rangers are currently in control of the third wild card. Half game up on Seattle, 6 up on Boston, and that's it. I mean, New York Angels 8-12 back. They're too far out of it. So it's really a 3-team race. 2 of them are getting a wild card. That's it. Toronto, Texas, Seattle. 2 of them are getting in the playoffs.
So with the Athletics beating the Astros 4-0 in Houston, first time in baseball history that a team 50 games under 500 shut out the defending World Series champs on the road.
That's stunning.
It is.
That is stunning. There's been, what's it been, 20,000 baseball games in history? It's been 150 years this sport's been going on for 150 years. There are very few stats that are still available. Very few. The fact that no baseball, and literally on any given day, that pitcher gets hot, you're cooked. That's it. And nobody in the history of the sport on a last place team, 50 games under 500 or more, has shut out. Never.
Yeah, not 2-0.
That's the way baseball goes.
Nothing.
I mean, we had a dead ball era. We literally had something called the dead ball era. And that didn't happen?
Pepe, I was getting the impression that you were watching the Rangers live because you were, once again, going at Nathaniel Lowe on our group text. So how did you divide up Monday Night Football after the Rodgers injury with Rangers Live?
So part of the Monday Night Football experience was because I needed Tyler Bass to get 9 points to win a fantasy league, which that 50-yarder won me the game that dinked off the
wow.
Because me and the other guy were tied 109-109, and he had the Cowboys defense, so he was up ahead of me. And then
better than the other guy that went viral. I think he was down 2 with Rodgers playing,
and Rodgers got no points.
And Rodgers gets 0 points.
He was down 0.06.
No,
it was 92.5 to 92.56. And he had Rodgers.
Well, so how that whole evening started was I was just woke up from my nap halfway through Rangers pregame.
How long was that nap?
4.5 hours.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, I slept like a baby, man. I woke up with a smile on my face. I was ready to work again after that nap, man. But Yeah, so because I was cooking dinner and had the Ranger game on at the beginning, but then once Monday Night Football started, I switched over to that because, obviously Aaron Rodgers, but then once he got hurt, I was kind of back and forth, and then when Ranger game got into the 6th, 7th inning, I switched over to them and then finished up with Monday Night Football.
How did you divide things up?
I was in the Rangers until 7:18, and then I flipped over to the game, and by the time I flipped back, it was 10-3. I was all in on the football.
Okay.
All in on the you?
Football.
Yeah.
All football. Did you watch the Manning cast?
I flipped back and forth. I forgot it was on. They don't promote the dang thing, right?
Well, they have a decent amount of promotion.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I just think you might not turn on ESPN anymore.
I mean, I watch it all Saturday for college football.
Yeah.
It's like hard to miss it.
I guess right now it's Peyton's Baguette.
Yes.
That's being advertised with the Olympics
with
instead.
the Olympics on NBC.
Baked beans.
Yeah, so I was like, I forgot it was on. I turned it over. I flipped it over. This was after the Rodgers injury. I think I saw something on Twitter, the reaction, and then I flipped it over, and I was looking for the third guest.
Yeah.
I was trying to see who the third guest was. They had John McEnroe on. So I watched a little bit of that, but then I went back to the game, and I could flip back and forth.
And then I guess good news for everyone, doesn't affect me, but Spectrum worked out a deal. So ESPN returns for Spectrum customers just in time for Monday Night Football.
Just in time. It's funny how that works. How they get
deadlines make deals.
Yeah, there's people who are trying to cancel their charter, their Spectrum, all these things, and they're like, okay, they've got to make this deal. You cannot not have ESPN on a cable package. You just can't not carry it. It's the biggest channel out there. Sports fans are one of, if not the number one reason why cable companies are still even in existence is sports fans. That's it. Like, why is YouTube TV blowing up? It's the NFL.
By the way, YouTube TV is getting a ton of props for their debut Sunday ticket package.
Yeah?
Yeah, people were texting me, tweeting me, and I didn't really think much of it. And then yesterday, and listening to some different media shows, they were loving like the 4-game setup or however they're doing it.
So I asked my buddy. He sent a picture of his TV in a group chat, and it had the 4 boxes. And at first, I was like, "Wait a second." I'm trying to look. Does he have 4 TVs? Oh no, it's the 4-game window. I said, "How'd you do that?" He goes, "You got to have YouTube TV. You click some button, you go to multi-view, and you can set up 2 or 4 boxes." And I'm like, "Damn, can you do that on DirecTV?" And he goes, "Who still has DirecTV?" And the entire group chat was like, "Who still has DirecTV? How old are you to still have DirecTV?"
Yeah,
I'm like, well, I do.
I have it. I guess it's the TV version of Hotmail that I still have as well. I put my head down when I give my email. I don't think I can watch the 4-game setup at once. When Red Zone goes to 2 games, I have enough trouble with that. I can't see.
Yeah, so,
I can see, but I can't see.
So my question is, do you just switch over the sound? Because I don't want to listen to it with no sound. I mean, if I want to do that, I'll just go to a sports bar, right? I don't want to listen to it with no sound.
I don't know how it works. Pepe, what do you have?
I have DirecTV Stream, so I'm strictly just the 1-gamer.
Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't get the Red Zone.
I did not, no. I have NFL Network, but I don't. So.
Plus, you're working the Cowboy games.
That's right.
Much to your delight.
I get to hear the games.
Much to your delight. They worked out a 1-year deal with Chris Jones in Kansas City.
Yeah, so is this the same thing as Saquon and Josh Jacobs, where they basically just restructure the 1-year deal to give them more incentive money? Because I didn't notice some massive number.
I don't see any terms.
It was originally 19.5, right? That was his original number.
Yes.
But I haven't seen any terms in terms of like, this is a set mark for the entire year.
Yeah.
It's just a 1-year deal where he can earn, the story said where he can earn much more than the $19.5 million.
Yeah.
But they don't say how, they don't say why, or what the total number could be.
Kind of rare not to see the terms come out, which I guess makes you wonder what Chris Jones really got out of it. But the defending champs will get their stud defensive tackle back on the field. We'll see if he plays this weekend against Kansas City in the playoff rematch. Shad Sharif, RJ Choppy, soon to be joined by our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We'll get to the Josh Allen, Dak, Aaron Rodgers news from Monday Night Football, but we had a New York Giant fan lose their mind. A former Giant is looking stupid, and a Giants radio personality goes crazy on our sister station. All of that you got to hear Inside the Star with Sean, RJ, and Bobby next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Was it a fun day of bragging, talking smack and trash to all the non-Cowboy fans in the office, on social media, in the group text? Go ahead and enjoy it. You got to scout the New York Jets last night. Scouting probably took about 4 snaps, which we'll get back into at 6:20. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, joined by our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. This is Inside the Star. Mike McCarthy talking yesterday in Frisco, and he was talking about the number of big plays. He said, I think we were plus 21 by our metrics in big plays. That's the highest number that I've personally ever been a part of. So Mike McCarthy's saying what the Cowboys did against the Giants, the most amount of big plays in the history of his coaching career. He also said the defense created pressure on 75% of Daniel Jones' dropbacks.
Is that good?
He said that was the best one he's ever been a part of. So the Cowboys, in Mike McCarthy's long, some would say maybe storied career, Green Bay Packers, Dallas Cowboys, and a championship, had the most big plays and the most pressure generated in a game that he's ever coached in. Pretty incredible.
It is. Now, the big plays number would surprise me. The pass rush, the frequency with which they were getting to the quarterback and pressuring the quarterback, that does not surprise me. They were, every single time they were getting into the backfield. And it was just one of those things where the Giants had no idea where blitzers were coming from. Their offensive line was leaking. They were just awful. In fact, you guys know I'm not a PFF guy. I think their grades are silly, but this is just funny to me as a fact. Mark Glowinski, one of their starting guards, do you know what his pass blocking grade was from PFF in this game?
Was it higher than Daniel Jones' QBR?
No. It was a 1.
No.
A 1?
He had a 1 pass blocking grade from PFF. 1.0.
What position was he?
He was left guard.
Left guard. Wow.
So that's pretty bad.
Well, that leads us, I guess, to the defensive line. Well, first, Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones yesterday on the was this KMC or G-Bag? KNC. G-Bag today, by the way, will have Evan Carter on, who went yard last night. Stephen on KMC talking about the big plays on defense and special teams.
Well, of course, that starts at the top with Mike, and, it's what he and Dan and, stress. And, of course, Shotty on the other side is protect the ball, which is what we did last night. And, it's just they're picking up right where they left off the last 2 years in terms of getting the turnovers. You can see it in the culture. You can see it in the attitude of the defense. Bland, picked up right where he left off as well. He had a great year picking the ball off last year, and, of course, gets a pick 6 last night. And, Diggs, there we're up, 30-plus points, and he's running a guy down and hacking the ball out and, doing the way we practice every day. So hats off to Coach Quinn, Coach McCarthy, Coach Shotty, the whole crew, Bones, and what they're stressing every day and certainly taking it to the field.
Let's hear from Bones and Dan Quinn. Bones said that he prayed throughout last season that Wanye Thomas would not get poached from the practice squad. Michael Gelkin sent out a very, very appropriate video clip where Bones in Oxnard was asked about Wanye, like, how good is he? And he paused, and he's like, had this little smile and smirk, and he's like, you'll see. You'll see. He knew in 2022 we got ourselves a guy. Fossil also said Brandon Aubrey, the kicker, is a weapon. Sudden change situation on the missed PAT. He lined up and was standing there for about 12 seconds before they were ready to snap the ball. Good lesson for pace. So he's saying that Aubrey was just out there way too early, standing there waiting for the kick for about 12 seconds before the extra point attempt. Last night there was a laces in kick that actually went through the uprights. Dan Quinn said, go ahead.
I don't think I've ever seen that where the guy's out there too long. But I guess it makes sense because, like, if you just sit, I'll just use a golf example. Like, if you stand over the ball, like, too long, like, it'll mess your swing up.
Maybe if you do.
Dan Quinn said he was impressed with Osa Odighizuwa's counter-punching on Sunday night, able to adapt his approach mid-play to keep attacking offense. Dan Quinn said he's putting the whole package together. And finally, he counted 2 missed tackles on defense. That's it.
Wow. 2
missed tackles for the defensive unit.
It was an impressive game. And yeah, that Wanye Thomas clip was a really good one. That was the one that Brad had referenced with us about, how Fossil didn't really want to tip anything about how good he could be. But, we always, when we're making rosters at the end of the year, we routinely try to cut CJ Goodwin, it feels like, every year, the special teams ace. And that was something really interesting yesterday. The Athletic had an article from the locker room where CJ Goodwin had essentially, with Bones Fossil, helped orchestrate that block kick. They thought they were going to block the first kick of the game because they had seen on tape the way that they set up for field goals and everything else. And so they had a very specific plan in place where CJ Goodwin said, all right, I'm going to set up over here. Wanya, you jump in. It was Noah Igbenogany's job to sit there and wait for the blocked ball. Wow. Like they were anticipating they were going to block it and Igbenogany was going to scoop it up and score. So that's the kind of advantage you get from Fossil. That's the kind of advantage you get from CJ Goodwin and why he remains on the roster. But that's the type of just dominant chess match that the Cowboys benefited from.
So the Tolos wanted us to spy on New York radio yesterday morning. Pepe checked out 2 stations. We knew they weren't going to deliver anything in the morning. They haven't for 10 years. They kind of take a little bit of a national approach. You got Jets fans. They're still talking baseball. They don't have that Philly freak out. But later in the day, a guy that we know delivered on WFAN, New York Giants diehard, Sean. I still don't know whether it's Morash.
He always says Mraz, like it's just they say it all. They say it very fast.
Sean Mraz fighting with a Cowboy caller on WFAN.
Look, the reason for my call is really to attack Morash, man. I mean, he sat there with Loogie for a couple of weeks. The Giants have closed the gap. They're better than the Cowboys. We're going to beat the Cowboys. So talk to me about closing the gap, Morash, okay? Because we embarrassed you. And you know what? We ripped your souls out for the rest of the season.
Is that what you think, Mario? Then you better bring that heat in November because we got a couple months to figure this out, Mario.
Morash, listen.
Hey, Mario, how old are you? Were you in pacifiers and diapers the last time your team won a Super Bowl?
I want to ask you this. Oh, yeah, bring that up because you know what the point is with that, Morash?
What?
Guess what? You're going to be 80 years old and you're going to be like, yeah, I remember 2012.
Yeah, you're going to be 80 years old
you're gonna be
and you're still not going to have seen another NFC Championship game because your team chokes every single year, Mario. Celebrate opening night. You choke every year.
Let's talk about last night, Morash.
What are we going to talk about? We got our asses annihilated by you. It does not matter, Mario, long term, because Mike McCarthy's fat ass is going to choke into the playoff game for you, Mario. Mario, this. Mario, that.
You talk up Jones all you want. Last year, you beat nobody but a Viking team with a horrendous defense.
Oh, yeah. Where do we end up? Where do we end up? The same elimination week.
You're going to beat nobody, too, this year, Morash. Nobody.
Great. Guess what? I still got freaking Super Bowls in my adulthood. I at least live an hour from my stadium. Go move to Dallas, then.
You're still not sitting at my table with 5 rings.
What's your table? What's your table? What's your table? What is your table?
Get to 5 and talk to me, Morash.
All right, then talk to me in November, Mario. Your sister's ass. Take a lap.
You won't get there. Yeah.
All right, yeah. Celebrate week 1 again, Mario. Celebrate.
That was fantastic.
Your sister's ass.
Man, there are
your sister's ass.
There are some phrases that I've stopped using over time. That's one of them. That's one of them. You just kind of leave that one. You leave that one at the Hudson River.
Yeah.
You leave your sister's ass there at the Hudson.
Well, the first thing is in terms of deflecting, right? Like you haven't won 1 in 25 years. Talk to me in November instead of like talking about the actual game and owning it that your team got their ass whipped. And then last time I checked, Morash wasn't Billy Blanks out here with workout videos.
Is that a Tybo reference?
Your sister's ass.
I was trying to think of a more recent person, a workout person. I either had Suzanne Summers, Richard Simmons, or Billy Blanks. So Mraz sitting there talking about Mike McCarthy's size. Brian Daboll ain't no different, and Sean Morash isn't any different either. But then you just go to the yelling and the screaming and the New York accents to go ahead and finish up the fight. This is why I guess someone wrote an article that Sean talks too much on that show.
Oh my God! If you just put Evan and Tiki into Twitter, all it is I don't understand. Why is the board up talking? Genuine question. Why is the show even called Evan and Tiki?
Same Bobby criticisms that Spittle has.
Let's see. Just the amount of people going up and down, like, who is this guy? Why are they letting him talk so much? Who is this guy? What's going on here? I didn't know that Sean is now it's Evan Tiki Emaraz.
Right.
Just a lot. I guess he left the DA show for this. Sure.
Yeah.
Damon Amendolara. They get there. It's funny in general, like with a fight like that though. Where it's like, what if you guys would? It's like there's no just take the beat down, because this was one of the more embarrassing losses I can think any team has had recently over the last couple of years. This is bad. This is primetime week 1. You just looked completely unprepared. You looked completely outmatched, from a talent perspective and from just an X's and O's perspective.
Ring fan is the worst fan. It's like these dopey Yankee fans. Oh, you got 27 rings.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, man. Like, nobody cares.
Just talk about the game.
You were alive for 4 of them. Just chill.
Just own it. And then Tiki, everyone was waiting to see what Tiki would say after he said he would take Daniel Jones over Dak 100 out of 100 times. He blamed the preseason. He said, I hate that the Giants and other teams don't play guys in the preseason. So that's where he took it.
Your sister's ass!
That's where he took it. Lack of preseason action. That was Tiki Barber's opening comments.
Look, there is, we have seen a complete seismic shift to not playing guys in the preseason around the National Football League. Now, there are still teams that do it. Like, I know Mahomes still does it, but we didn't. The Eagles didn't. There's a lot of teams out there that did not play their guys at all in the preseason. Jared Goff, there was 8 starting quarterbacks. Jared Goff didn't play, and they even said in that Thursday night game, he's like, yeah, it's going to take a couple of series to get going. I wonder at some point if we do see a shift back where you see guys maybe play a little bit.
Yeah, but those are not my first comments after 40-0.
No.
I'm not taking it to, well, if Daniel Jones would have played a half in preseason game number 2, this could have been different.
Right.
It's just a soft way out.
If you're
both of them soft reactions.
If it was the just take the Chiefs Lions opener. If both offenses were really, really good and they finished 21-20 and neither played the preseason, you'd be like, all right, maybe there's a little sloppiness that's there. 40-0 is not sloppiness. 40-0 is a historic butt whooping. That's what it is.
Yeah, and look, the Cowboys won 40-0, and so from their perspective, there's not much you can complain about. But I will say that if that was a closer game, I think we are coming out of that talking about it would have been nice for the Cowboys to get in some of those reps in the preseason, because I think the game speed timing of the system, it did look off in the first half with the offense.
And then Kadarius Tony, this guy is like sounding all-time sports dumb. He's sitting there talking trash. His former team, the Giants, getting their butts whipped, and he's sitting there talking trash on social media when he had one of the worst all-time games ever for a receiver to start off a season.
So he posts a couple of Instagram stories during this game, and he goes, "It's a shot of 8 minutes and 3 seconds to go. It looked like in the third quarter, and it was 26-0 Cowboys." And he goes, nah, don't get quiet now. And then 40-0, and he's got Stewie from Family Guy in the bed reading a book. He's like, Giants fans last night, they were in bed early. And then it was, now I'm back off this S again. Leave me DF alone, but stay tuned. That's right. And then he had the cat emoji, which we know what that means. So he was just going back at him, and it's like, guys, neither one of y'all can talk here.
Kadarius statistically had the single worst game by a receiver since 2018, according to PFF. The lowest grade in the NFL over the last 5 years, minus 2.19 expected points added per target, is equivalent to the other team scoring a touchdown every 3 touches that Tony got. That's not good. That's not good. But instead of just being quiet, so Kadarius Tony, Sean Mraz, and Tiki Barber, dummies. What do they call it on KNC?
Your sister's ass.
Wanker of the week.
Wanker of the weekend or whatever. Yeah. This Kadarius Tony, this was always one of his big knocks coming out of school. Like, he had ability, but people were like, man, he's a loose cannon. Like, that was an evaluation early on that you couldn't trust him necessarily as a locker room culture guy. And boy, it's for all of the competence in Kansas City and everything that they've had success with over the last few years, and it being a smaller market than some of the other areas, the fact that they have to deal with Jackson Mahomes and they got to deal with, Kadarius Tony talking trash, it's a lot for them.
What do the New York Jets do now without Aaron Rodgers? How bad is it? And we'll answer J-Ron Kirsch's question from last night. Y'all going to talk about Josh Allen the same way you do about number 4. That's right. That's next right here on The Fan. But look, we're heading out on Friday. The first 2.
right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorney for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Takes the snap, drops back, looks over the middle, under pressure, and he will be sacked back to the 32-yard line by Leonard Floyd. And Aaron Rodgers gets up with a limp. Aaron Rodgers right now doesn't look 100% right. 11:15 to go in the opening quarter, and Aaron Rodgers is injured on the sack by Leonard Floyd. And the Jet training staff surrounds him, and Zach Wilson pops up and starts to get ready and take some warm-up throws.
That's our buddy from Jets Radio, who we will probably speak with later in the week to preview Cowboys-Jets Week 2. Aaron Rodgers hurt and injured 4 plays in to his brand new season last night. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and did the weekend of Bobby Belt continue? Does Bobby win the Aaron Rodgers bet against me?
What do you mean did? Like, because what you're waiting for the MRI to confirm? Or
No.
you're trying to say this is a technicality that gets you out of the bet?
I'm not saying it gets me out, like I'm looking for a way out, but yeah, I do believe it is a technicality.
I think that we said he was washed. That's what the bet was over. And there's nothing more washed than a 40-year-old quarterback planting his foot and his body going, nope, we're not doing that anymore.
See, okay, so this is interesting. I'm stuck firmly in the middle here. Because
there's no middle.
Well,
There's no stuck.
Right. There's only right and
clear
wrong.
and
I'm right.
obvious.
He's wrong.
Well, I'll tell you what's making me stuck. Because I agree with you, Sean. The bet's off. But Vegas has the rule if that player plays one play, the futures bet is on. So like if Rodgers got hurt in preseason game number 3 for the year, same injury, and you had Rodgers MVP future, you get your money back. Right.
Well, if Vegas did subjective bets,
Right.
then that would apply.
And this is a subjective bet. It's 100% subjective. I'm with you. I can't tell. I don't consider injuries get thrown out of these equations. Can he play? Like, does he fit? Can he play? Can he make the throw still? That's wash to me. Wash to me is not the injury. So I side with Sean here on this.
Now, maybe this saves me a little bit because that offensive line for that series of plays did not look good.
No, I mean, it was 4 drop back, or it was 4 plays, and what he had 3 of them were drop backs for passes, and he was running on all 3 of them.
They get on block.
Golly, they were just, there was nothing he could do on those first few snaps, and it was going to be tough. Like, I mean, man, him running around for the rest of that game, I was really interested to see. He's going to be challenged in terms of how much he can move. And then the thought of that offensive line and Aaron Rodgers having to run around AT&T Stadium next week.
Now, they had offensive line issues in camp, but then they got some starters back. And I was like, okay, is this fixed? Or is this going to be an issue against the Cowboys, which we'll talk about a little bit later on in the week. But, man, I was hoping for that Willis Reed second half limp out in front of the New York crowd.
Dude.
I was waiting for it.
It's him running out. It kind of gave you chills. Him running out onto the field last night with the flag and the dim lighting, and the Jets fans are going nuts.
As people took that video and said Aaron Rodgers 2023 season highlights.
Come on, guys.
And that was it. We have all the Cowboy jokes.
It's uncomeback with a bow.
Yeah, it is
That
uncomeback
injury
with
is.
Aaron Rodgers when he hears he has to play the Cowboys defense, and it's got him just taking a seat down on the turf. All the jokes are being made. Josh Allen completed more passes to the Jets than Aaron Rodgers did. All the jokes are out there. Robert Saleh's face. My God, did it look like he saw a ghost? Did it look like he saw the light coming for him while he was on the sidelines?
He did. There's no doubt. There is no doubt. It's just crippling for that franchise. That franchise is used to it. Like they're like Woody Johnson when he was given that news by that 17-year-old or whatever. You could see the look on his face. Like, why am I still here?
Oh, was that kid? What he was doing?
I assume so, right?
He wasn't saying, Woody, where'd you get that bling?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that chain?
Where'd you get that drip, bro?
But Bobby was bringing this up in the commercial break. Do we have a similar gut punch in the history of sports with a brand new signing, a brand new player, and the air sucked out of the building that quickly for so much hype and excitement. I know in my living room, it was awful. It was terrible because I wanted to see this. I was so excited for last night. I want to see it play out throughout the entire season. I want a reason to watch Jets football. It's not going to be Zach Wilson. Has this anything like this ever happened before?
I'm sure the fan tech, the Trucker to Come text line will hit us up, 877-881-1053 with something. The only thing we could think of was I could think of was Grant Hill early on, but that had no juice. I didn't care about Orlando.
Dez was the one that and it's not even on the same level with Aaron Rodgers.
No.
But that one was when he signed, it was big news, and we're a month away from the Saints playing the Cowboys on primetime. This is going to be Dez back at AT&T Stadium, and then he tears his Achilles the next day.
How early did Griffey get hurt in Cincy?
Oh, in Cincy?
Gordon Hayward, Celtics, whenever he was that opening night when he broke his leg, I think.
Hayward's a good one. Kluber, when he was here in Texas, he got hurt after an inning, never pitched here again. But I mean, see, this one's so different because this is an all-time great who all the hype has been focused around him. It was on primetime, 4 plays in, and now we're saying he might never play again. And the other ones never felt like that. Like Grant Hill was not, he might never play again. Right. Corey Kluber went on and played with other teams. Even Dez came back and played with Baltimore for a few games.
Griffey played over 100 games in his first 2 Cincy years, so it's not him.
Yeah. People were saying Greg Oden. Again, he played Jake DeGrom this year. Now, it wasn't that quick, but it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was close enough. I mean, we're talking about the first month.
This sucks. Robert Saleh, after the game, talking about his QB.
That part sucks. I'm going to enjoy this win. Winning in the NFL is hard, regardless of who the quarterback is. Personally, I don't hurt for me. I don't hurt for our locker room. I hurt for Aaron and how much he's invested in all of this. So I'm still going to say a prayer. I'm still going to hold out hope. But my heart's with Aaron right now and nowhere else.
If you watched Hard Knocks, and man, Hard Knocks proved a lot of value this year, in my opinion, even though the episodes what do you mean? Yeah, you didn't watch none of it?
Yeah, I did.
Did you watch after the first episode?
Yeah.
You did? I thought we talked about it on the show. I didn't hear no commentary from
you. Because I was out of town on vacation, then I caught up at the end.
So this team had a shot of belief with him. They don't look at each other like, we got a chance now. Oh, do you see that throw? We got a quarterback now. Basically saying, Zach Wilson's not it. No one around here has been it forever. And it was just like, this guy gives us a chance.
Yeah.
And that entire hope and belief is gone out the window, flushed.
It's completely flushed. And whether or not that belief was going to manifest itself in actual playing time and solid play on the field, that's the whole point of this.
Yeah.
The whole point of this Rodgers to the Jets experiment was not to see the Jets be this world beater team. It's like, is it going to work? Does he still have anything left? Was last year a fluke? Did he go from MVP to dead in 6 months?
Yep.
That's the whole point of this exercise. And now it's raw. It's raw. That's the thing that stinks about this the most, is that it's not the Jets. It's not, and it's like, what did Rodgers have left? We're still going to see something special.
It was really, it was depressing. Yeah, because Aaron Rodgers also, I think, had done a remarkable PR job for himself over the summer in terms of just through Hard Knocks and everything else. He had become pretty likable after having an unlikable finish in Green Bay. But, man, with how quickly he tossed the ball as soon as he went down, he knew, I think, instantly, I'm done, damn it. But what was interesting was he got up and he stood there, and you could tell he was just kind of going let it pass, please pass. And he was just kind of standing there for a sec, and he realized nope, and drops that. That was the worst part about watching it in retrospect, was seeing him stand there and looking to the sideline waiting for a call, and just him realizing, nope, can't do it.
Trucker.com text line, Shane McMahon at WrestleMania. Carson Palmer's injury in the Bengals' first playoff game, with it was a Kimo von Oelhoffen.
Yeah,
that landed on him. Let's see. Randall Cunningham torn ACL. A lot of people. Let's see. Joey Galloway tore ACL in his first game.
Look
with the Cowboys.
Yeah, he did. It was
game.
that beat down from the Eagles.
But now, what do you do? Because they have a win now roster, Super Bowl aspirations, and last night showed it's not going to be Zach Wilson. I was rooting for Zach Wilson hard last night, like Bobby, in watching Hard Knocks. Like, I felt bad he didn't have Rodgers on the sideline with him. Felt like I didn't see anyone else sit next to this poor kid when they showed the shots. Now, I'm sure that they did, but I'm like, Aaron Rodgers was his coach, it looked like, in training camp. Certainly he didn't get it last year during his first couple New York seasons. So what do? Bet Online has sent me the quarterback possibilities.
Cooper Rush.
Oh, God. Don't make me go down that rabbit hole from last night. I threw out a joke, and some of these delusional Cowboy fans lost their minds believing that it was for real when I was like, Trey Lance for a third.
Do it.
And they're like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, get a better draft pick than what you gave up. Turn a 4 into a 3. Bam, that's a win for the front office.
As long as you give Dak a heads up you're doing it, I'm cool.
Nick Foles is the favorite at 3-1. See if any of these names excite y'all. Colt McCoy, 4-1. One of the greatest players in the history of the National Football League, according to our buddy Ross Tucker. Taysom Hill, 5-1. Davis Mills, Carson Wentz. God, Carson Wentz is still out there. Cooper Rush is on here at 10-1. Teddy Bridgewater, Heineke, Case Keenum, Mariota, and Tommy Boy.
Tommy Boy.
I'm definitely calling Tom.
I'm definitely calling Tom on the Jets as well. And then if I'm Jerry, I'm definitely calling the Jets and saying, we've got this Cooper kid.
And they're like, we already had one of your backups in Mike White, the one-game sensation.
Mike White.
But damn right, I'm calling and offering up Cooper Rush.
Yeah, because, like he'd be the odd man out. Like Trey Lance is the presumptive backup, months down the road. I mean, just make it now. I guess you could. But then again, if you're the Cowboys, like, do you really want to, what happens? Trey's clearly not ready to step in.
See, it's funny. The most obvious solution on these sorts of things is always you just look for the connection. You go, okay, who did the head coach know at a previous stop? Well, he's a defensive guy. Okay, so it's Nathaniel Hackett. Who did Nathaniel Hackett know at a previous stop? Well, he knew Aaron Rodgers, and they already got him. Mm-hmm. And so then you look back and you look through his history, and it's like, well, okay, Jordan Love was the backup. He's firmly entrenched. There's no, like, real obvious default guy that they can go, oh, we know this guy, and he knows what we do. Let's put him in here.
Matt Ryan? Rivers?
Yeah.
Matt Ryan's cooked. He's washed.
He's in the booth. He's in the booth right now. Like,
spitting.
Yeah, it's your list is small. It's a short list. And then, do you want those old guys?
Right.
You just went down the road of an old guy. Maybe you get a young guy with some upside. I don't know.
The week of Bobby winning is about to continue because of what the Oklahoma Sooners are doing. An absolute disgrace. Why? Because of Waco. That's next with a college football story that is an absolute joke right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Another Texas Rangers ticket giveaway is coming up at 7 o'clock as they got another win last night, their third straight over the Toronto Blue Jays. Evan Carter going yard. He will join the G-Bag Nation later on today. We'll get to the Rangers at the top of the hour along with that ticket giveaway. But, man, this Oklahoma Sooner story is bothering me just like it is you.
It's annoying. It really is. So, Jeff Lebby is one of the assistant coaches.
The OC.
For Oklahoma. He is married to Art Briles' daughter.
Well.
Art Briles, you may or may not remember, was the former coach of Baylor University. He was fired, resigned, whatever technicality they want to use, over a period of time that he was there where there were a lot of sexual misconducts, assaults that took place and were covered up. Now, again, more technicalities. What did he know? We don't know what he knew. There was a Pepper Hamilton report on exactly what went down that was very, very vague and been disputed. So you make your own judgments on what Art Briles did, didn't know, did do, didn't do, all that stuff. That's neither here nor there. His son-in-law is the assistant coach, the offensive coordinator for Oklahoma. Jeff Lebby was on his staff at Baylor. So Art goes to the Oklahoma game against SMU this past weekend. He was wearing an Oklahoma long-sleeve shirt. Long-sleeve red shirt, Nike logo, OU, crest. After the game, he is on the field with Lebby and his family.
After the game.
What happened? What did I miss?
No, I'm just.
You're just getting the story.
I'm getting ready.
Okay, all right.
I'm getting ready. I'm pointing out that it was not during the game.
Not during the game.
After the game.
Not during the game.
Yeah.
After the game, he was on the field, and this created quite the stir on social media.
Sean Venables gets called out.
Brett
Venables, sorry.
Yeah.
Gets called out afterwards. What's the deal? Why is Art Briles there?
Yeah.
And he's like, it's being dealt with.
Joe Castiglione, the AD, is like, this crossed a boundary. The media had an uproar about this. How dare you have Art Briles on our sideline?
Yeah.
And they asked Jeff Lebby about this in the postgame.
Did you reach out to Art Briles and invite him onto the sideline tonight?
That's my father-in-law. So he's my father-in-law. That's the grandfather to my two kids. So he was down with our entire family after the game, well after the game, but he was down there and with the entire family.
I think there's going to be people that have trouble squaring that a little bit because of his...
Yeah, well, that again, he's with his entire family. That's my father-in-law. That's the grandfather to my two kids.
There are people that have problems understanding this. You have a wife, and she has a father, and you dare to allow that father on the field, on our field? Is it whatever stadium they call it? What do they call it now? Gaylord Family Hotels Stadium.
You assist his ass. How does that reporter come up with that question in that moment? You really think in that time that's when you're gonna sit there and try to make a big deal out of this story? I guess mission accomplished because it did become a national story.
It did.
This is so absurd and so soft, and I don't get into the whole. I try not to talk about publicly. Go woke and go broke and get sensitive and the other side and this and that. This is an example though of one of those things, and this is so soft and disgraceful from the University of Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. You media members and anyone else that had a problem with this, Art Briles is being treated like the Pennsylvania crab walker. He's being treated like a mass murderer. He is a pariah. He is being treated himself like Jerry Sandusky.
Yeah, you can't have Jerry Sandusky on your sideline. Okay, but this is not the same thing. Like we know what Jerry did, and there's still a lot of unknown with what Art Briles actually knew.
And it's different if he's representing your university during the course of the game on the sideline. He goes down there afterwards to say hi to his grandchildren, friends, and family. F you, Oklahoma. Joe Castiglione, who I have a lot of respect for. He's been there since I was back in Kansas City with what?
He might be the best AD in the sport.
I have a lot of respect for Joe. You hear nothing but good things about him. Obviously, he's a powerhouse athletic director. Man, this is beneath you. And Brent Venables, man, it's hard. It's going to be hard for me to root for Oklahoma this year, saving his rear end, because then they forced Lebby.
Yes, they did.
Yesterday to read a statement about this.
Yeah, morning. Suspect. Some of you might have questions regarding my father-in-law. His presence at the game Saturday night. Want to go ahead and address this. Got a statement for you guys that I'll read. One, just want everybody to understand my father-in-law, his presence on the field after the game the other night is something that created a distraction, and I apologize for that. That was not the intent at all. The intent was just to celebrate with my family. Do want to correct some reports that claimed he had a sideline pass. There was not a sideline pass given out. He was actually on the field only when other families were down there and were present. Joe Castiglione, Coach Venables, both have addressed concerns with me, have talked to me about it, and again can make sure that everybody understands that this is something that will not come up again. So with that, wanted to start with that and then get into questions.
I would love to see Art Briles for their next game walk right up to Brent Venables and punch him in the damn nose. Square in the effing face. A little soft, wussy activity for the Sooners.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Nobody thinks that Art Briles, again, if they just invited him.
And for the record, I was critical and thought Art Briles should go. I did not defend Art Briles in Waco and at Baylor. I was like, you deserve to lose your job. Whether he still deserves not to be employed, that's another discussion. But he's been blackballed. He can't coach anywhere. So I was anti Art Briles. But this is another level of ridiculous.
And it's also different. There's also a difference here. If Brent Venables, if there was no familial relationship with Art Briles and they invited him on the field, that's a problem. The moment he's related to one of your coaches, it completely changes the dynamic. All right? If you don't want Art Briles on the field because he's a family member, then don't hire his son-in-law. Then do it like that. But again, if he was on the field just by invitation only and had no relationship to any player or coach, what if your quarterback was his son or grandson? Are you going to say he can't come to the games?
Yeah.
Like, are you insane?
What if Art Briles was the father-in-law of Caleb Williams? What do you think Lincoln Riley would be doing?
He'd have him on the sideline. Wherever he wants. He'd probably hire him.
Yeah, he probably
hire him.
But
isn't Art's son at TCU now? He was a part of that program. Now, he wasn't the head guy, and all roads stop with him.
What do you think, Bob?
This is, I just, the first place I go is I contrast it to the reaction of, there wasn't this much drama when he was fired in May of 16, August of 16. It's 3 months later, and Jerry had him at Cowboys training camp as a guest. And got asked about it, and Jerry went and full on defended him and said, I'd let my grandson play for Art Briles, and stood up there and was just like, you guys can say whatever you want. Like, he's here. We're having him out here as a guest at training camp, and I want to see him coaching again. And that was 3 months after. And I don't think it caused, there was chatter about it, but it didn't cause this much heat. And that's the Dallas Cowboys. This felt like something that
small town type of
coverage. They've made a bigger deal out of it. They've made it into a bigger controversy than it needs to be. And look, again, like you say, Art Briles needed to be fired for whatever you can prove. Even if you can't prove anything, just the negligence and some of those things, you had to move on. I understand it. I don't think you can just say, well, he can never be seen on a football field with his family after post game ever again.
Again,
it's a joke.
If they just invited him out there, that you could have that argument. But this is the father-in-law of your offensive coordinator.
Speaking of PR, how about DraftKings? making a 9/11 themed parlay yesterday. Bet on the Mets, the Yankees, and the Jets to win. And take advantage of our never forget 9/11 parlay that was taken down after several hours.
One person.
That's it.
One person.
Let's ask one other person.
Just when you have an idea, just literally run it by one other person.
Go.
And say, is there anything wrong with this idea? Like, do you notice that one person? And I don't know how many people they have in the DraftKings, corporate offices, but literally just go up to anyone there. Anyone. Someone, the person filling up the coffee, your executive assistant. Go to one person and say, what do we think of this? Is this going to bother somebody?
This reminds me of, you remember Miracle Mattress in San Antonio like 7 years ago? This little mattress where they had around September 11th, they were doing half off of twin mattresses.
Yep.
And they did a whole knocked over the two mattresses in the commercial, and they said, we'll never forget. And it's like, what? and it's like, you don't learn from that. Literally, yeah, I'll be your PR person. You can pay me. I'll me and
RJ have already signed up for it.
Put me on,
offered our services.
Put me on retainer.
12 years.
I'll tell you, this is
split it 50-50.
Just say, should I do this? Should I do this? I'll go, no, don't do that. That's stupid. Don't ever do that.
We have another Rangers ticket giveaway. They have an awesome day yesterday with all three of their needed losses happening around baseball. And is Josh Allen going to get the Dak Prescott treatment this morning? That's next on Sean and RJ. But look, safety equipment like seatbelts and airbags, they are intended to prevent accidents, protect you in the event of a car, truck, or bus wreck. When a serious injury or death occurs because of a vehicle defect, Frankel & Frankel can assist with obtaining compensation.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Zach Wilson drops back, lob left for Garrett Wilson. One-handed catch. Oh, he's got it. That's a Jet touchdown. Garrett Wilson with an unbelievable self-tip. The one-handed snag.
Yeah, this stinks for Garrett Wilson fantasy owners as well, even though that was a special play last night. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Thanks for joining us for a Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones will be on the show live at 8:30 to celebrate the Sunday night win, and we'll ask him his reaction to facing the New York Jets without Aaron Rodgers. That is the news that is expected to be confirmed today. Rodgers, knee, ankle, Achilles, all of the above, leaves the game. Fourth play, Zach Wilson goes in. They get a special teams walk-off touchdown, and the New York Jets deliver, I think, a devastating loss to the Buffalo Bills, who have all the pressure on them. Josh Allen, and we're going to get into him extensively here in just a second, because I know the Tolos have been waiting. He looked like he was terrified last night. I'm like, dude, you've been in the league for a while.
You've seen ghosts.
He's in his head a little bit.
The ghost Aaron Rodgers. He saw it last night.
He's in his head a little bit, and I wonder how much of it is, because I think, Sean, it was you, I saw a tweet this last night that it definitely felt like a couple different times where it's like, gotta go to Diggs. Like, there definitely does seem to just be something off about the chemistry, not just with Diggs and Allen, but with that whole football team right now. And that was a sneaky one that we've talked about during the year of, like, the culture there is starting to feel a little shaky. And they're obviously getting older as a football team. And so at what point does that start to take its toll? And do they begin to underperform? And, you know, is last night the first sign of cracks, basically, for what is, you know, potentially a rapid downfall?
Look, we're going to overreact to one game a lot anyway. But then again, there's a lot of other quarterbacks who necessarily don't get the benefit of that. The guy does turn the ball over. What is Josh Allen? He has always been a mega talent. He's got he is this is interesting. He is the poster child of what a NFL scout wants from a football player or quarterback. But is he the best decision maker in the world?
No.
And this is the problem. Like Brock Purdy is not what you look for out of a quarterback size-wise. He's a great decision maker. And I will take a great decision maker over a great talent at that position.
Woo!
At that position. Because what is the most important part about playing the quarterback
I thought you were
position?
Mr. Talent above all else.
Well, decision making is a skill. At
That's
the quarterback
but that's
position.
not pure natural raw talent. You want the hose. You want the beasts. The stud.
At quarterback, you want a great decision maker.
Can you learn decision making?
Because I thought you were anti Brock Purdy. You said Brock Purdy was a fluke.
I don't like Brock Purdy. I'm saying he's a really good decision maker.
So you would take Brock Purdy over Josh Allen?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, I would rather have a great decision maker than a guy with physical attributes.
Okay.
At the quarterback position.
So Josh Allen, you would say, is a bad decision maker?
I don't know. I don't watch 60 Bills plays a week.
No, I know. It's just
I just like the exact thing. I don't want to just look at his interception numbers and say, all right, this is this. You know, like, there's a lot of nuanced interceptions.
Well, and I mean, yeah, like the one last night, it was we're about to, like, the first one was
which one?
The first one, we're about to punt the ball. I'm gonna YOLO ball this thing. If he picks it off inside the 10, he picks it off inside the 10. It's like a punt.
Yeah.
And so you've got to put some of those in context. But
the one to the right side outside the numbers, like I think that was the third one. That's a bad one. The other two, the deep balls, I mean, I don't really care.
And look, Jordan Whitehead with the 3 interceptions, he got a $250,000 bonus last night. Just like that. That courtesy of Field Yates, as that was a career night for him. Look, Josh Allen's my guy. Clearly the turnovers are a problem. I think he's got the most turnovers in the league since 2018. I am a little worried. I am a little concerned. But let's get to what every Tolo is texting us and tweeting us. If that was Dak Prescott, ...
That's right.
What type of coverage? Will Josh Allen escape or will he get killed this morning? What if that
I am going to lessen my interception numbers.
Guys, it's not Dak Prescott hate. it's the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Nobody gives a crap about the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen will catch some heat this morning after all the Rodgers stuff because that was the only game on. He will catch some heat. We got all the TVs on and all the shows. But please miss me with this whole, okay, Dak is equal. Here comes Dak. You can't be killing Dak as some of you did Sunday night for a game in which he doesn't deserve to be killed. And then now you want to make him equal to Josh Allen after every single executive and every single person in the league this offseason had the same 1, 2, 3 and the same 8, 9, 10 for Dak's placement. So that's why I didn't have the energy for Dak versus Josh Allen last night. And the turnovers are an issue, no doubt about it. But it's not a white versus black thing. It's a Buffalo versus Dallas thing. No one gives a crap about the Buffalo Bills. And they will always care about who's playing quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. Dak Prescott is not interesting. He's interesting because he plays for this team and this franchise and this organization. And whoever is in that spot will get talked about on all the shows because of Jerry Jones, not because of the player themselves.
That's true. That's why the narrative gets discussed the way it is. But I also will say, Josh Allen is definitely a national brand in and of himself outside of just what happens with Buffalo. I mean, you see him in commercials. He's on your TV on Sundays doing, silly commercials for Hulu or whatever else he does. And it is something where, for me, the biggest criticism Dak gets over the last year has been about the interceptions, where people go, that's the thing. That's the one thing. Like, you can forget everything else. It's this right here. And it's like, okay, well, if that's the case, if this is the one thing holding him down, it's just to point out a double standard of over the last, 13 games Josh Allen has played, if you include the playoffs. 13 games, he has 22 touchdown passes. He has 21 turnovers. Over 13 games. We're getting damn close to like a full season sample size. But I also think that's why you can't just say, well, here's a season's worth. This is just who he is now. What you got to look at is, okay, well, what had he been for the previous few years? That's why I'm not worried about Josh Allen. That's why I'm not worried about Dak Prescott. I think it's just important for framing your conversations. That's why people are using it.
I'm more worried about Allen's turnovers than Dak's. Because Josh also, if he's been doing and trying to do too much there for years. They have no running game still. I know Bassick thought Gabe Davis was going to turn into Torrey Holt. But it doesn't feel like they have a second receiver. It's Diggs or nothing. It's Allen running around or Stephon Diggs. That's what it feels like.
Last 3 games against the Jets, 20 points, 16 of 27 for 147. 17 points, 18 of 34, 205 and 2 picks. 16 points, 29 of 41, and 3 picks. Like, he's not, like, the Jets kind of have his number. And that'll happen. You have that. Everybody will have that one team. Like Dak, just he can't figure out San Francisco, right? Offensively, they just don't put up a lot of points against San Francisco. They score in bunches against basically just about everybody else. So you'll have those teams. But look, I don't care about the tip ball interceptions from Dak last year, or and then the down, these basically punts that some of these quarterbacks throw. They just throw it up punts on third. I don't care about those either. That some of these are bad. Like Josh does turn the ball way too much.
Yeah,
and
he had a butt fumble last night. Mark Sanchez made fun of
his decision making. Needs to be put into question.
I agree. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Final word on it, Bobby?
Yeah, like I said, I think that Josh Allen is a really good player. He'll bounce back. He does have a tendency to turn over the ball. I do think that's more his game than it is Dak's. I think Dak's is more likely to be an outlier just because when you look over Allen's career, it's what he does. He gunslings, he tries to fit it in places, and
Brett Favre turned it over too.
Sure.
Well, it's interesting. Like, what conversations would we have had about Brett Favre's game today versus like 15 years ago? The way we look at numbers and stats different. We're never bumping Favre down to like the top of the second tier because of his turnovers and his interceptions.
Yeah, like you want like your ideal quarterback is very aggressive but makes the right decisions every time. Like that's your ideal quarterback. And Favre was very, very aggressive, but he didn't always make the right decisions. But again, like if some guys get away with it. Josh has been getting away with it for a lot. Context, his legs uses it too.
Context does matter. It's the same thing as like, okay, Mike Trout can strike out potentially like 200 times in a year or get up like near ridiculous strikeout numbers, but he's also hitting, 330 and hitting 40 home runs or whatever else. That's Allen.
35, 36, 37 touchdowns a year. Meanwhile, we wait for the medical confirmation on Aaron Rodgers. Robert Saleh, he was not feeling as good as when he said, if you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
All right, I'll deal with the quarterback real quick. Concerned with his Achilles. MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen. So prayers tonight, but it's not good.
I thought he came down and the toe dug into the ground and it was going to be an ankle. I thought that was going to be an ankle issue. And is the turf to blame for any of this? Some people are bringing that up.
Apparently that MetLife turf just stinks.
I mean, it's new. MetLife completely changed their turf this offseason because they had so many complaints about it. So, I mean, it's brand new turf. It's supposed to be, it's not grass, but it's supposed to be easier on. It's stuff they researched. It was a big topic in New York over the offseason, but, you've already got a major injury on it. I think it's just more likely he's 40 and he's trying to do things physically and run around and do things that 40-year-old body's not always going to be able to do.
Meanwhile, did you say Cowboys-Jets was off the board for week 2?
Yeah, so Peyton, when I come in this morning, he's like, hey, the line's still 3.5. And I was like, really? So I went and looked, and it's off the board. I can't bet it right now. By the way, the Degenerate's up 25%.
Yeah, you should you should brag about that a little bit. 6-1?
6-1 last week. I don't hear a peep from anybody. All you freeloaders out there, taking my free picks week 1 where I'm, 1-2, 1-2-1. I hear everything from you. 6-1. I don't hear a peep.
To be fair, I think the person giving you the most hell about your week 1 was also the person who wasn't a freeloader and gave you a Tennessee cutting board for your bet.
I don't think he said. He didn't say anything about week 1.
He was trolling you.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that one. I saw everybody else. But it was 3.5. I see it at DraftKings and FanDuel for 7.5. And it's off the board everywhere else. Now I can't bet on FanDuel and DraftKings right now. I at least haven't tried it because it's Texas.
Oh,
there's you can't do that. You got to do offshore. And as far as I know, that right now you can't do offshore there. But it's 7.5 at those two places if you can find it.
Meanwhile, it was a perfect night for your Texas Rangers.
Cabrera ready. Here's his pitch. Swinging a high fly ball deep into left center field. Varsho going back to the wall. He looks up. It's out of here. Grand slam, Jonah Heim. The Rangers lead it 10-3 as Jonah hits his 16th home run of the season, and the Rangers now are up by 7.
Hicksy with the call on this radio station. Your home for Rangers baseball. They beat Toronto. The Astros get shut out against Oakland, and Seattle loses in extra innings. The Rangers are back in second place in the American League West.
Yes, they are, and they are back in the wild card. So in 2 days, they've gone from a game and a half out to a half game up on Seattle for the final wild card. It's a 3-horse race for 2 spots. Toronto, Rangers, Mariners. I guess if you want to throw the Houston Astros in there because, they're just they're all right there for the West. There's 2 spots, though, for those wild card teams. Toronto, Rangers, Seattle. 2 spots, 3 teams, all separated by a game.
Let's hook you up. Speaking of your favorite baseball team, we got another Tolo giveaway for you. Turning it on, leaving it on every morning at this time.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Seattle Mariners next Saturday, September 23rd. And you want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 10,000 fans in the gate will also receive an Adolis Garcia bobblehead. Get tickets and information now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We have NFL parade or panic, overreaction or not, plus Bobby with a Tolo Tuesday edition of Ask Reddit next during the Expressway commercial.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door and proud partners of the Texas Rangers. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit us at tolbertgaragedoor.com.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It is Tuesday. It is the Expressway. That means it's time for Ask Reddit. This is the segment of the week where we get all the most viral questions off of the Ask Reddit forum from the past week and kick them around with you guys, the Tolos, at 877-881-1053. That is the truckwreck.com fan text. We will also hear from you on the Twitch and the YouTube, so if you're hanging around in there, be prepared to throw us some of your answers, and we'll talk about them here on the show as well. First one here. RJ Choppy, you consider yourself a manly man, don't you?
At least I pretend to be one, and then, there's a giant snake in my backyard, and I squeal, but whatever.
That's true. All right, so what is something all guys do but will never admit to doing?
I feel like this has changed over time because I think people are more open now. But I think the first thing that came to my mind is we all do get emotional and cry.
Sure.
At some point, and we'll never admit to it. We've all admitted to things that we do. We've all admitted to things we do in the bedroom, but there are certain things in the bedroom that you won't admit to. Even me, I won't admit to doing. So outside of the intimate things, let's just go with cry.
Cry. Okay, I think that's an accurate one. We all get a little bit more emotional. It's like when I told my daughter, when she's like, I've never seen a man cry, when she saw that on TV, and I was like, yeah, I said, you've seen me cry. And she goes, I said a man, which was just a brutal shot. Sean, what you got?
Probably a song. Like a softer song.
Oh, yeah. Like in boy bands or like a Britney Spears song or something.
Or like an Adele song or, like a slow moving song. I've always kind of admitted to that a little bit more. I guess mine is talking about like in the oldies, but like a Whitney Houston type song or I even think a boy band thing is easier to admit to nowadays versus some ballad, some slow moving, very emotional love song. So I would say that music.
This is the thing that I found, and I
feel like you wouldn't be hesitant in admitting that.
No, I wouldn't, and that's
you post yourself singing those songs all the time.
Exactly. I love those songs. Whitney Houston, I Who Have Nothing, one of my favorites to sing in the car, in the shower, anywhere else. No, the one for me is just especially in your younger days, I don't know so much as the more you get older, but daydream about certain scenarios of like, what if where you're the hero who steps in and does like, what if this plane were to go down? I were to just like, what would I do? Would I go in there? Would I pull it up? Like you absolutely believe the whole like golfing bit, like just sitting there thinking about like, what if I hit this thing and like everybody was so proud of me for doing that. they daydream about being the hero of their own story much more frequently than they talk about. Peyton, what do you have?
First off, the truckwreck.com fan text 682 says sitting down to pee. Most guys won't admit to doing that.
That's a great one.
The 214 getting a pedicure.
Oh, that's another great one. Those are two great
But
answers.
mine is the, look, us guys, we like to drink. It's getting the fruity drinks. Guys don't admit like they like the cranberry vodkas. I enjoy it. Sometimes you have to get in a Yeti. I understand. You're at a house party. You want to cover it up. But
white wine, I've never ordered a glass of white wine in public.
But that's mine, the fruity drinks, because we all like it as guys. But whenever we're in public or around other guys, we got to drink the beer, right?
Are you white? You do like white wine at home?
Not a lot. I just like very rarely. Like I only have bottles of red wine, but sometimes you want something cold.
Sure.
You want some crisp, something refreshing.
Absolutely.
So no,
or you can put ice cubes in it like Eric.
That's right.
You follow?
That's right. So like 19 out of 20 bottles will be red, but I would only order the red in public, not white.
I agree. I would only even if it's what is it, fish? You're supposed white with fish?
Yes.
I'd do the faux pas.
Man,
I'd go red.
972 came in with the answer that I should have thought of. Imagine your entire life with a girl you just met. That was like when you're single and you run into a girl, you do like, and you think she's attractive or whatever, it is easy to just start like going off your head about like, what if we were to date and like we hit it off? And
there's
like,
a very fine line with that. With as soon as I met her, I knew she was the one.
Yeah.
That's an awesome love story. Or you're a stalker.
Could be.
So it's a magical Hallmark movie, or you're a psychopath.
Eric Delgado on the YouTube says reality TV. Beardo on the YouTube says seen an episode of Sex in the City. We're doing Ask Reddit here. Sean Sharif, what's a dead giveaway that someone doesn't have a life?
Twitter.
Twitter in general, or the way you use Twitter?
No, like just those who are just waiting for the negativity as an egghead on Twitter just to be a loser troll. Like you have nothing better to do than just sit there and try to make other people upset or mad. That's your only purpose. That's your only intent.
Yeah.
You don't have a life.
I totally agree with that. I wrote down, when you worry about what others are doing, you know, those people who just like can't wait to, worry, be critical about what others are doing. But yeah, I mean, the loser trolls who
like wearing a mask.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm personally, I don't care for that. It's like the loser trolls who will just sit there and like take shots at you or family members of you, just to get a rise out of you. Like, those people are just losers.
Yeah, something that doesn't affect your life. Like, I don't care what you're doing. Do what you want to do. If it doesn't affect me, but those who just and a lot of them will even I have more respect for those who put troll in their bio, like in their profile, in their description. They're like sarcastic.
Yep.
I'm a Twitter troll. That's what I am, but no life.
Yeah, I'd say like for instance, and not that like we have any examples of this, but like if you're just if you were to be hanging around and just be contrarian to like every segment we do, for instance, and you just hit up the fan text all day, and maybe your number began with 469. That's a dead giveaway right there. 214 comes in here, says reporting on children selling lemonade and water without a permit. People who do that.
Karen. So being a Karen.
Yeah, the Karen, which that can be broad because 972, the lady in the office who monitors how long everyone's been away from their computer, that person.
HOA people.
Yes, that's one.
HOA.
Peyton,
that's mine.
What's the biggest sign somebody doesn't have a life?
The Yelp reviews. I don't pay attention to the Yelp, but I hate the people that are just all on Yelp reviews. That are just, I mean, as soon as they sit down, they're typing up their review on there and
I
then
like
send a
to
post.
use that as a reference. How else do you kind of now look? I know like to judge it with some hesitation, but how else do you judge whether you should go to this restaurant or not?
It's tough.
You can't.
Although I know
you
you're
try
just
out.
a chain guy.
Yeah.
You are
I'm
a
just
chain
the
guy.
Olive Garden Chili's guy. No, you go to the place. I look at the photos. I look at the menu. Sure, if a review pops out, but it's like you get both sides to every review that's on there.
That's interesting you bring that up because like, when you're looking at reviews, because Sarah looks at reviews like a lot. Like, do you look for more how the food tastes or the service?
I don't care about the service one bit. How does the food taste? How good is it?
Yeah, because
does the kitchen have rats or not? And is the food good? I don't care about the service.
Because I don't worry about the. I don't know. I'm torn with that because it's like, what if I like my tastes are different? You know, like how can like. But then again, the service, I could have different expectations for the service than a lot of other people. Like lower.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's. I wouldn't worry about the service at all. Like I care about is food any good? If they're bad service, it's bad service.
Like
it's
if
whatever.
you are judging between two companies, do you look up reviews, the Better Business Bureau, one of those words I can't say,
the BBB,
Yelp reviews?
Yeah, Google reviews mostly for like a company.
Yeah,
like are they gonna disappear on you? You know, what's the quality of the work, all that stuff.
EJL Viking on the Twitch says, hangs out on Twitch all day and then puts a bunch of little Twirlo emojis. So that's the sign that you don't have a life, I guess. No, they're great there on the Twitch. We're doing Ask Reddit here on Sean and RJ 105.3. Peyton Russell, I know I'm ready to ask you this one because I feel like you'll definitely have an answer, even though you may not want to out anybody. What's the worst thing someone tried to correct you about that you specialized in?
Well, it'd definitely be the dating advice.
You don't specialize.
You specialize in that?
You know, I was in a 4-year relationship. I can't help it that she's stupid and want to move on. But, man, I mean, anything really, I think, baseball related that my friends try to throw at me or something like that. Like I come back because I'll throw in other stats and like that just go straight over their head. And I'm like, okay, like you say stuff and then if they don't understand it or don't fight back, it's like, okay, you clearly aren't on my level. Let me go down to your level. but I won't say that to them because then I get all technical and all that. But then, so I think that would be mine.
I think of that with like Holland and Bassick sometimes. Like, do they just, if you try and say anything to them, are they just like, what are you even, why are you even talking to me right now? I'll tell you what it was. And it drove me nuts. And this is the direction I thought you would have gone, Peyton, is that when I used to, and I mean, I still have, but when I used to run boards and do stuff in radio early on, and I knew what I was doing, and a host tried to tell me like, why are you doing it this way? Why do you have like the level here? Why'd you do? And it's like, you have no clue what I'm doing back here. If you sat down, you would not know what I'm doing. Why are you telling me how to do it?
Like DJ?
No, yeah, like DJ. Like I did to DJ, just like that.
So when I was talking to Ruben at the firehouse, were you thinking that with me, with him?
No, because Ruben doesn't know what he's doing. He's still figuring it out. I love Ruben. He's still figuring it out.
Yeah.
So, Chop, what do you got?
You ever been tapped on the shoulder?
No.
Really?
No.
We're done here. You know?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, or you change things up. It's a little demoralizing in the moment.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You're talking about relations?
Something relations where you get the tap on the shoulder. It's like, okay, move on.
Yeah. Like, finish up here. You've focused on this area long enough. That kind of a yeah, that's what he's saying. He doesn't like that. He's saying
that's not I don't like it.
But you specialize it is what you claim.
Thank God.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm always getting radio tips and advice from family and then friends.
At least your family listens.
It's just my mom and my father-in-law, I think. But always, why did you guys do this? Why don't you do that? You shouldn't be doing this and that. Like my mom was texting me during the Cowboy game the other night, and I told her, I said, I'm going to block you if you don't stop. I'm going to block you. I mean, that's pretty much it for the radio show of a lot of different, why do you do this? You shouldn't do that. And I'm like, okay. I tell my dad, I don't tell you how to put in pacemakers. Don't talk. I always tell him that. I don't tell you how to put in pacemakers.
I'm sorry, Dad. You have the aorta in the wrong place.
Yeah, that's
you need
right.
to fix that. Trucker.com text line. As a cop, when people try to tell me how they think the law works, I can only imagine. Like I see a lot of those. And I love the videos that people post, but like when
am I being detained?
When a cop's got to pull it over, they're filming them. It's like, no, you can't do that. And the cop's like, yeah, I can do this.
Yeah.
Like it's just. I think
Sean Sharif, you're old, right? You're pretty old.
41.
What slang did you use when you were young that nobody says anymore? Or maybe yours is regionalized too. What regional slang or youthful slang?
Your sister's ass.
We used to say people got banked. This kid got banked.
Banked?
Do you know what that means?
Never heard that in my life.
It's like a gang beat down. Like 3 or 4 people beat someone up. You got banked.
I would say jumped.
Jumped.
That's what I would say.
Banked. I always say no one out here apparently knows newbie.
Noob.
Like
newbie?
your new?
Yep.
No, that's your beanie.
No, never heard that.
So
newbie. He's wearing a newbie.
A newbie, yeah. Or like now they down here in the South they call it a toboggan, but a toboggan is also a sled. So it's like regional. Everything's regionalized. I think chief. Chief's a big one. Because that's such an nobody uses that term anymore.
Yeah, that one's not common.
I don't know if we used that when we were young. I feel like just our dads did. You didn't ever use chief in high school yourself, right? 20, 30 years ago?
We did, but I mean, I grew up in a really small town that was probably like 20 years behind the time, so I don't know if I am a good explanation.
Cowbunga.
Cowbunga. 972 has my answer, and it was tight. We used to say tight, like, that's tight.
Yes.
So we would say tight all the time. That was what 214 booyah, 360 holla, 214 get some. 214 says goosen. I don't even know what that means.
I don't know.
What would that mean?
I mean, Pepe probably could answer this for all of us as he's sitting back there as the youngin on the show when we say certain things or certain phrases.
Has anything aged out for you already? Like, is there slang you used in high school that 2 years ago that doesn't get used anymore?
I mean, do we still say like chillax? Like it's like relax.
No, we do not say chillax.
On fleek, I think is used
Fleek.
a little bit.
Fleek is a good one.
You're bugging, meaning you're kind of like geeked out.
Yeah.
Like right now, people use fire. I don't like that. Oh, that's fire.
So fire.
That's so fire.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're shook. I think
shook.
I mean, Mobb Deep's been using shook for 30 years.
Who's that?
So who's Mobb Deep? Yeah. Well, I don't know. You should check out Shook.
Pearl
Shook
Jam?
One's Part 2. Listen to that one. That's the bomb from 817. Off the chain. Crunk from 214. Yeah, people don't really use crunk anymore. 469 Whack. I think Whack still gets used. Whack made a comeback a couple of years ago, I feel like, and I think it still gets used pretty regularly.
Now my mom's all ticked off at me.
Oh, because of the radio advice.
I'll keep quiet. No, she was crapping on the Cowboys start. Like that was lucky. And I was like, Mom, I don't care. Like I'm riding high. Like don't mess up my high right now. I don't care whether it was lucky or not. So there you go. Still love you, Mom.
RJ Choppy.
Yes, sir.
What was supposed to be the next big thing but completely flopped?
What was that? Was it New Coke?
Ooh. That's
Crystal Pepsi.
That's where New Coke got the. That's where we got the famous quote from the Coca-Cola CEO, where New Coke flopped. People got furious. They had to bring back the old formula, and then when they brought back the old formula, they saw a surge in sales after they had been declining with old Coke for a while, and people were like, "Oh, that was a conspiracy."
Yeah.
They tried to make people mad so they could do that, and the CEO had the famous quote. He said, "We're not that smart, and we're not that dumb." Like we would never plan that sort of thing. But New Coke is a good one. That one flopped really fast. I don't know. For me, like you remember the Amazon shopping buttons? They tried to push that earlier. Threads was supposed to be the next big thing just a couple weeks ago. I mean, I think
the last time you've been on Threads?
2 days after it started.
So
I haven't looked at it since.
What's it like? What's its numbers like now? Is it gone?
I mean, I know that I haven't looked anything up. I think it's Google Plus at this point. I think nobody really talks about it at all. Sean, you got an answer on this one?
No, I need Tolo's help on this one.
All right, we got it.
I don't know.
Peyton?
Oh, the portable DVD player. That's one of them.
I mean, HD DVD. Just in general, remember HD
Laserdisc,
DVD, Blu-ray,
Laserdisc. Cryptocurrency. Let's see, cell phone sunglasses. What? Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. NFTs, Bitcoin, Johnny Manziel.
Are NFTs still a thing?
I feel like they have declined.
Des Bryant thinks it is.
Let's see. MySpace.
Well, it was kind of a thing.
It was kind of a thing.
Mine's Jerks and Profar. Next big thing that never happened.
Talk down to us. We don't know who that is, baseball god.
Yeah, well, he was supposed to be the next Babe Ruth, basically, and then he it was very average the whole time. So
the Sethnicity on Twitch says magnet necklaces. 214 is throwing out 3D television movies. I do remember there was supposed to be the whole big 3D was going to be the big push.
My dad got one of those,
and it never went anywhere. 817 Google Glass, didn't that have privacy issues because people were like, you can film them with your glasses and do different stuff like that. So
the XFL
I thought the XFL, everybody thought that it was going to fall apart.
Well, the first year maybe not, but then every other year everyone knew it would.
You mean when it was?
Wow. Peyton, we're doing Ask Her right here
Tony
on Sean
Romo.
and RJ on 105 through the Fan.
Stop it.
Peyton.
Tiki Barber for real.
Oh, yeah.
Tiki Barber was supposed to be the original Michael Strahan, on all the national
Witten.
TV shows.
People thought Witten on Monday night was going to be he's going to be so great, and it didn't work out. Peyton, we're not supposed to have double standards in our life, but what's a double standard that you're actually okay having?
Sports takes. You can pick both sides to it, I think.
Nope,
not
at all.
You can't. Are you big Orlovsky fan?
Yeah, exactly. You can have both sides to a take. You can switch your opinion up.
You can.
Times change, I think. I don't think you have to double down on everything.
Right. Okay, you can evolve it.
Right, yeah. And if you want to
like
admit
I
you're
was
wrong,
wrong about something.
right, you know, you just can't say, "Oh, I never said that before."
Right.
But that would be mine.
Yeah.
Double standard. This is a great
Mine is definitely encouraging people to go to the doctor for things.
Ah.
Like, oh, you should go to the doctor for, and like, meanwhile, I'm never
That's a
wanting
great
to
one.
go to the doctor at all.
That's a great one.
Similarly, 214 says, I tell others not to be afraid to ask for help. Meanwhile, I want to do everything without help. That's a good one right there.
Yes.
817, do not insult my brother. Only I can insult him.
Yep.
That's another good one. You can't insult
Yeah.
family. Chop, you got any of these?
I'm okay with all double standards that benefit me. Any double standard when I do it is okay, and when somebody else does it, it's not okay.
That's what makes it a double
Like
standard.
what? What's a double standard that you?
Like I can recklessly drive and speed, but if I see somebody else, then I'm like, "Where are you in a hurry for, jerk?"
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like another one for me probably is if we drop a curse word in front of the kids or something.
Oh.
And then I'll be like, come on, don't do that. And then meanwhile later on I'll be talking to somebody and it flies out. 214, stop double dipping in the sauce. I need it for when I double dip. 817, smoking while telling people that they shouldn't smoke. It's another big one. Let's see here. When I honk my horn at someone, it's polite and respectful. When they do it, it's they're being jerks.
Yes.
So you got that one there. Let's see what else ones we have here. Parenting in general on the Twitch. I think that's a good one because anything that's a parenting issue is, you know, a thing where you feel like you've got it the right way. But you want one more?
One more.
All right. And since again, you're really old, Sean, with your younger coworkers like Peyton Russell here, what was your officially I'm old moment?
I mean, I always say it's like when you get like a crock pot, you know, a gift, socks.
Oh yeah.
Underwear, but it's really when you can't do the second back-to-back party day.
Oh gosh.
That's really what it is. Like you got to save it all up for a Friday or a Saturday, and you cannot do both. That's when I think you really know. When you're laying in bed at 8:45 and you look at your significant other and you're like, isn't this great to be here? There's no other place we'd rather be.
Yeah.
8 o'clock, we got an early night. Yes, we get to go lay down early and watch our shows. You're old.
It's 100% something to do. Something in that realm. Like I could do the back-to-back nights, but I can't stay up as late anymore. So like my nights, I could do back-to-back nights. I think that's only because my nights don't last long.
Right.
Like I'll be sitting there and we'll be hanging out and I'm ready. I'm like passed out on the couch. Sarah's like, "Hey, this is fun."
Yeah, we were waiting for you all day Saturday, Mr. College Football Expert, and you're like, "Oh, I just woke up."
Yeah, just napping through big games.
I sat down on the couch. I took like a 20.
Texas game started at 6, not at 8:30.
Yeah, it started at 6, and like at 7:15, I just kind of like put my head back and I dozed off for like 20 minutes, not even 20 minutes, and I woke up and 4 touchdowns had been scored.
Yeah, I think Choppy's is like falling asleep in restaurant bathrooms. Falling asleep in restaurants.
That
might be a sign.
I fall asleep literally anywhere. It is the most annoying trait about me, I think, from both myself and people around me. But literally anywhere we go, especially on a Friday, I can't be trusted.
Also, you know you're older, and I love this. This is the move. I have no shame. I would rather meet up for the day drink to start.
Yes.
Now, I'll try to go from 12 to 7, but give me 1 to 7 versus 8 to past 2 a.m. Any day of the week. I don't care. I love going out on the patio for the day drink. Do not want to meet up at 9 p.m.
That is definitely,
except with you, Samir.
That is definitely the play for you. I know when we're on the road. So if we're gonna like go out on a Friday night or something, you'll always be like, well, let's get drinks in the lobby before. Like, let's not wait till 8 o'clock after dinner to start getting drinks.
We're off. That's like our only day.
Yeah.
So let's go start
So
pre-gaming.
let's start. Now the one for me, the one where I knew I felt old was MJP Michael Johnson Performance, which is now closed actually. Was training draft prospects, and I was out there for media day, and I had requested Troy Pride from Notre Dame. And Troy Pride was born in 1998. At the time, he was 22 years old, and I was 31. And they brought him over, and they said, we got Troy Pride Jr. for you. And I come over, and I put my hand out, and I say, Troy. And he goes, Mr. Belt. And I just was like, He's like, I don't know why. He's like, I know they said your name was Bobby, but you just looked like a Mr. Belt. It felt like I needed to give you that respect. I was like thinking, dude, I'm not that much older than you. And I thought about it. I was like, no, I'm actually like a full decade older than this dude. These college players that are coming out that I think I'm relatively close to their age. It's like, I'm not. They think of me as Mr.
Your son does that to me. I think it's more of a respect thing versus age.
Well, he said I looked like a Mr. Belt.
Oh.
That's what Troy Pride told me. He said, you look like a Mr. Belt. I wanted to give you that respect. It's like, well, that's rude.
Ask Reddit every single Tuesday during the Expressway. We are commercial free for 40 minutes up until 8 o'clock. RJ will have a college football kegger and Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But let's do NFL overreactions or not.
All right, overreactions, one of my favorite segments of the week. Week 1, overreaction or not, the LA Rams are back.
Overreaction, although that's probably, they were the most disrespected team after week 1, leading into week 1. Now, I am picking Seattle as a fluke last year, so I'm not going to give the Rams all their love, but I'm happy. I'm happy for Sean McVay. I'm happy for Matt Stafford that they got that win. That was an impressive win in Seattle. On top of it, in Seattle, overreaction to the Rams could be serious.
Real quick before I go, did you think the Rams? Who did you think got more disrespected, the Rams or the Bills this offseason?
The Bills, because I feel like their disrespect was more undeserved. Josh Allen, Bills window closing. Like the Rams. Now, my answer will change to the Rams if the Rams are good.
Yeah.
I just don't believe the Rams will be good, so I don't think the disrespect was unwarranted. Bob?
It's an overreaction. The thing that's proving to be, a misfire, it looks like, after 1 week, is that Stafford's arm doesn't work anymore.
Right.
Like, I mean, his arm, who knows if he may not be as good as he once was, but it works. He can still throw the ball. That was my biggest takeaway probably from week 1 is Stafford can still throw it.
He threw 0 touchdowns. He had an 89 QBR. And he didn't run either. He had an 89 QBR. His 2 leading receivers, give them to me. They look fake.
Van Jefferson.
Van Jefferson is one.
Nope.
No. Nope. One of them.
This is crazy.
Pakula or something.
Puka Nacua.
Yeah. That guy.
Puka Nacua.
Puka.
And Tutu Atwell.
Tutu.
I do know Tutu Atwell.
He threw to Puka, Tutu, and Van. Those were his 3 leading receivers Sunday in killing the Seahawks 30-13.
Wow.
Tutu and Puka.
All right, next one. Tua, I'm going to change this from what I had written down, is a top 8 NFL quarterback.
Overreaction. Because, I mean, but you got to take, I would say, Dak.
Well, we're taking Allen out.
No, we're not.
Oh, God. You named Dak first.
No, because I'm just saying, I'm going, but he said 8, so I instantly think 8 is where everybody's had Dak this year. So, but it's Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Herbert, Dak, Lawrence. That's 6 right there.
Rodgers is out.
Yeah, because with the Achilles and everything.
Lamar.
Cousins, I'd have Cousins above him right now.
Did you name Hurts?
No, but no, I'd take 2 over Hurts.
You'd have Cousins over Hurts?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
No, Cousins.
Did you just hear what he said?
Cousins over Tua?
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, I'm ignoring it.
You take Tua over Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
You're messy.
I'm not even going to attack because this has been the week of Bobby. Until he steps in it badly, I'm not going to go at him that much.
I'm pretty sure this question came up specifically, Tua or Hurts, with us last November, and I understand stuff has changed since then, but when you really think about it, that's 8 games that have been played since then. I think we all took Tua at the time.
Would you take Brock Purdy or Tua?
Tua.
But you took Cousins over Tua?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I
think Cousins is really underrated. I
think he's 2.
I think, I'm not coming strong with that being an overreaction. Again, when Tua's healthy, he puts up MVP numbers.
He does.
I mean, he did the same thing last year before he got hurt. Tua frustrates me. He can make some great anticipation throws with that accuracy, and then he can make a really weak throw where he misses 9 in a row. Is it the system? Is it the receivers? Is it McDaniel? I still don't know. I'm happy for him. I'm rooting for him. But I'm going to say that's not an overreaction.
Okay. I agree. I don't think it's an overreaction.
Because I could get him. I could work him in there. It's not crazy.
Okay, yeah. Is it a conversation? You can make a conversation. I just wouldn't have him in the top 8.
I'm going to skip the San Fran one. I think it's too easy. Both the Pats and Steelers will be drafting a new quarterback next year.
Ooh.
Overreaction. I think Steelers are gonna they'll go ahead and just see if Pickett can work it through at least 3 years.
And Mac put up numbers, right? Well, aren't they freaking out in Philly, you said?
Man, they are having a panic in Philadelphia that Mac Jones exposed the Steelers, that they exposed the Eagles, that he had a career day. It's like, guys, he put up 20 points. And the coach and quarterback, of Philadelphia tried to give him the game. Like they did. Like they tried, they were going for 2 at midfield, which I liked it. They didn't get it. Hurts didn't have his best game of the year. And he put up 20 points. What career day is 20 points?
Yeah, I think Philly's worries, Bobby's about to come at me here, and I hope Bobby is right. Philly's concerns and issues and worries, overreaction after week 1, even though yesterday they lost another player, Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, Nakobe Dean, they had thinned out at linebacker significantly this offseason. Nakobe Dean was supposed to be part of that. He's now out for it's not the long-term season-ending kind of thing, but he's going to be out for the foreseeable future. But to me, what you saw Sunday was what the issue is with Philly, though, is that if they don't generate pressure consistently, you can throw on their secondary. That's something Dallas was able to do last year. When Dallas threw the ball like crazy on them in the December game, it's the pressure wasn't getting to them.
And they still are never playing from behind, ever. I want to see what happens when that's the case. Like Lamar with Baltimore. Speaking of pressure, Jalen Carter, 1 sack, 7 pressures, an absurd 32% pass rush win rate. Most pressures by any defensive tackle in week 1. Most pressures by any rookie defensive tackle in a game in over 5 years.
Wow.
According to some of the metrics. NFL, overreaction or not.
All right, next one. Anthony Richardson.
And I'll say that is an overreaction that Mac and Pickett are both replaced by a draft pick.
Yeah, I think it's an overreaction too.
But not a crazy one.
No, I think it's far more likely.
Pittsburgh's just patient.
Yes, Pittsburgh's patient.
Mac had a good statistical game.
Yeah, he wasn't bad at all. He threw it over 300 yards. Anthony Richardson is going to be the best quarterback of this rookie class.
This year?
This year.
Overreaction, because I think people are overreacting to how Bryce looked. Bryce is the most polished, ready quarterback here. And the fact that we saw yesterday the spray chart of his throws, Richardson throwing only right. I haven't watched the game, but that tells me, in all likelihood, they're only having him do half field reads. And so if he's not reading the full field, and Young is, I would imagine, then that means he's got limitations.
Anthony Richardson will have the best stats of the 3 this year.
I think he will.
Without hesitation.
Yeah.
He'll have the best stats.
He could do a lot. Now he doesn't know the game as well as Bryce Young does.
Yeah.
But man, his ability to move and stuff, I think it's just so advantageous for him.
All right, that's part 1. NFL overreactions or not on your home of America's team. Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30, but an absolutely loaded college football kegger from RJ Choppy is next.
Let's get you over to Dr. Mark Bishop.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
College football! Shotgun snap to Ewing. Green going deep. He has Mitchell open. Throws it. He caught it. Touchdown, Texas. Adonai Mitchell. He's used to big catches against Alabama, and A.D. Mitchell strikes again.
Craig Way with the call in a game.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show. On a game that the University of Texas went in to Bryant-Denny, a place where Alabama does not find many losses. What did Sark say? 52-1 coming into the game in their last 53 games under Nick Saban. And Texas not only won the game, but they're back. 34-24 over Bama.
They're back?
They're back.
God, I'm so sick of that saying.
They're back.
How about the AP voter who still put Bama over Texas?
Chuck Landon.
Yep.
Now, Chuck Landon is, I'm checking this, he is from Marshall.
Charleston Gazette-Mail.
Yeah, so he represents Marshall, the Thundering Herd. So if you notice, like, all these guys have a little logo next to them on their
I'm not. Don't
voter,
worry,
right?
Sean.
Now, listen. He's got Texas at number 10. If you want to have Texas at number 10, it's subjective. I'm not going to kill you personally for that. I think you're wrong. They're clearly, to me, a top 5 team right now. But if you want to have them at 10, fine. Go ahead and have them at 10. Bama needs to be 11. At some point, the game matters. Right? Are we still on that one? The game matters at some point. I know styles make fights.
And you lose at home.
Yeah.
And you still put Bama over Texas. You're an idiot. You should lose your vote. And by the way, how about each of the Power 5 teams getting representation in the top 5 for the first time since 2017? How about that? USC moving up a spot to number 5. And no conference has more teams in the top 25 than the Pac-12.
The soon-to-be defunct Pac-12, which continues to represent. They got 8 now? It's crazy.
Only the SEC had ever placed as many as 8 teams in a single top 25. They did it 21 times with a record 10 in September 2015. So Bama over Texas, according to this one moron, and the Pac-12 all up in the rankings.
Yeah, all up in the rankings. So big ups to the Pac-12 on that one. I think Texas is back now. The official voice of college football in his own mind, Paul Feinbaum. Does he think Texas is finally back?
I think we can all collectively say Texas is back, and they're in the top 4. There's no getting around it. When you go into Bryant-Denny Stadium and do what just a handful of teams in the Saban era have done, you deserve considerable kudos. And they not only won the game by double digits, they dominated the game. This game really should have been a much bigger beatdown, but if you look at the top 4 right now, clearly Georgia's there, Michigan, but Texas and Florida State have snuck in. I know a lot of people are asking about Ohio State and Southern Cal. They're right outside of that, but what Texas did to Alabama on plays like this is just simply unbelievable. I was talking to Nick Saban yesterday morning in Tuscaloosa, and he was very nervous and very agitated about the depth and the injuries in the secondary, and that was prescient, as that's where the game was destroyed last night, of course, other than the line of scrimmage and other than the lack of discipline, again, by Alabama.
Floor is yours.
I'm very happy with the win, and I think Texas is very, very talented. The whole Texas is back thing is they still have to prove they can go the rest of the year without some Big 12 stumble. Like that's still a question out there. I feel like my natural inclination is to say they will lose a game. And I don't know where it is on the schedule, but they're going to lose one of these. That's just my natural feeling. It may be I'm conditioned to think that way after how things have gone with Texas over the last 12 years, but it's a very talented team.
So while Texas is saying we're back, Colorado all off season was saying we're coming.
Yep.
3rd and 10 to the 12-yard line. Shadur's out of the shotgun. Dylan Edwards off his right hip. Motion man Jimmy Horn drops. Moves to his left, has all kinds of time, rifles this one, end zone! Touchdown! Touchdown, Colorado! And that time, Shadur Sanders came with the heater. There was flames on that ball.
Colorado radio with the call. Flames on that ball. Okay. Colorado puts it to Nebraska 36-14. And I think Vegas is kind of figuring out how to put Colorado in some lines. They are a 22.5-point favorite this week against Colorado State. So,
wow.
First game of the year, big noon kickoff in Fort Worth against TCU. Second game of the year, big noon kickoff in Boulder. Third game of the year, College game day.
Wow.
There you go. Against Colorado State.
Dude, this team is like the new Miami Hurricanes in terms of the swag and the talking. Actually, probably even more vocal than Miami.
Do you believe?
Shador, one of two things happened pregame against Nebraska. He was talking trash with some Cornhusker, and he showed his watch. Now, he's got an NIL evaluation right now of $3.8 million. So the original speculation was Shador was showing this kid, yo, man, look at my watch. Shut up.
Yeah.
Be quiet. I'm rich, and I'm known. You're not. The other was he was saying it's time.
It's time, yeah. Who knows?
It's time. And then Deion is allowing his players to talk trash about the other team's coaches. Like, his players are allowed to talk smack about the other team's coaching staff, someone that we kind of know around here in Matt Rule.
And that's when I knew it was just extreme disrespect. And that's why the coach said a lot of things about my pops, about the program, but now that he want to act nice, I don't respect that, because you hating on another man, you shouldn't do that. So it was just, all respect was gone for them in their program. Now, I like playing against their DC. I like playing against them, but the respect level, it ain't there because you disrespected us first.
Now, you said it last night, and I agree. And people, you either love or hate Deion. There are people who hate what's happening right now at Colorado. They can't stand Deion. I'm not there, but we will eventually get sick of it. When you're this brash and you're this loud and you're talking this much, right now it is the story of college football.
Yep.
I absolutely love it, but those who like it right now will turn soon.
Yeah, so when they play a team, like, so, look, he had beef with TCU because of Kendall Briles and that what he apparently ignored Shador. There was some beef with Matt Rule. He said some things about the portal. There is going to be a game or two that come up where they have to manufacture personal.
Right.
Because their whole thing right now is it's personal.
He manufactured personal with Matt Rule. Matt Rule's comment was so broad at the time.
What was it?
It was, I hear other schools say they can't wait for today, the transfer portal. They can't wait to go out. I can't wait to coach my guys. Let me tell you that. I'm not here. I'm not thinking about anybody else but this team out here. That's all he said.
Yeah.
And people said, oh, that's a shot at Deion, because Deion got to Colorado and cleaned house, and Matt Rule got to Nebraska and kept some guys.
Yeah, so there will be a game where they really have to stretch the manufacturer, and we'll be like, okay, now that's enough. But right now, man, like they've done it, they've earned it, they're keeping receipts. Good for them.
He made up an Ed Werder issue like the first week. He'll find something. He'll say he just flat out said, like, you doubted us. It's like, Ed didn't doubt y'all all off. I don't know what you're talking about.
Although I'm here for any Ed Werder slander. So good job,
Ed.
Prime.
The SEC is 1-4 against top 25 teams. And A&M, that was not a good win, not a good game on the road at Miami.
Down to 2. Van Dyke takes it. Here comes the blitz. He throws down the right sideline. Jacoby George got it. He got it. He's still going. George at the 25.
Get in there, baby.
20. Here we go. 15, 10, 5. Jacoby George. Touchdown. Touchdown, Miami. Van Dyke and George take the lid off the stadium.
Canes Radio.
Wow.
With the call. 48-33, Miami wins. SC's 3-6 against Power 5. 1-4 against top 25 teams. The only win was against Tulane. That's a struggle for the conference. This might be the year where they get left out if certain things fall the way they do. Utah 2013 over Baylor. Oregon giving Texas Tech the worst bad beat of the year. 35 seconds to go. It was a 4.5-point spread. Oregon was up 1. Pick 6. And Oregon wins and covers the 4.5. There's your kick.
What was that audio highlight that you just played?
Canes Radio.
And they beat who?
A&M. 48-33.
We're not going to spit on Jimbo's grave at all?
The hole's dug. The hole is dug.
And forget about, I do not root against Deion right now, but I'm waiting to see Jimbo go.
Yeah.
Man, all that talking, his attitude, all his sass blowing right up in his face. I got Jimbo receipts all season. This better be a good question. I don't need no Houston Chronicle question. I need a Tex Ags question. Sports Illustrated, you're just as bad. SI, that's not a good one either now. That's not good. Used to be the gold standard, daggum. Y'all give me flack, and I can't give you flack. Y'all can't take it. That got personal. So all the Jimbo talking, all the yapping. Of course, the Aggie fans, not my favorite anyway. And now it's about to be over.
He's right about SI, though.
Shots fired, Mike Fisher. Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30. Rangers setting themselves up for a tiebreaker, and is the NBA fixing one of their biggest problems next.
Let's get you over and get you healthy at QC Kinetics.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Carter 1 for 5 at the outset of his big league career. Swings here and hits one high and deep down the right field line. Evan Carter has just hit his first big league home run. He has tied the score at 2. A majestic shot well over the right field wall. Carter touches them all. We're tied up here in the third.
Pixie with the call here. We're just not your home of America's team. We're not abandoning the Texas Rangers, especially after they beat Toronto, game 1 of a monster series. Seattle and the Armpit lose. The Rangers are leapfrogging the Mariners, second place in the American League West, 2 games behind the Astros, who got shut out by the Athletics, and a half a game up on Seattle. Former Mariner Brett Boone will join us tomorrow, and Evan Carter will be on today with the G-Bag Nation. The fellas had on general manager Chris Young yesterday, and G-Bag asked CY what he liked so much about the new kid.
Well, exactly what we've seen with Evan through his minor league career, just the approach, the plate discipline, and such a great idea of who he is as a hitter and sticking to that. And I think that what we saw this weekend, even yesterday, went 0 for 2, I believe, with a walk and a sac fly. But they were big moments, and to come through with a walk, I think that led to a run. I think Marcus got on base on a force out, but Marcus took Evan's spot on base and then scored on a Corey double. So I think that those are important things for a young hitter at the bottom of the lineup to come in and not try to do too much, to set the table, find a way to get on base, to execute with a runner on 30, to sac fly, to get the runner in. That was a big moment. So for him, just having those times, those experiences to get up there and contribute at the bottom of the order, to set the table for the top of the order, exactly what we thought Evan would do. We're excited about what we've seen thus far, and we know he's only going to get better and better. He's 21 years old playing in the big league. It's pretty impressive.
His approach
is really impressive. Now, I was just about to look and see what he did last night in terms of his plate approach, but I know through the first 2 games, he saw 40 pitches in 8 plate appearances. That's 5 pitches
Really
in
good.
a
That's
plate appearance.
really
That would be tops. Obviously, it's a small sample size, but that would be the best rate in the league in AL or NL. And so he's got a really calm, confident approach. He'll strike out a bit, but man, you've seen in these first 3 games the traits that have people talking about him like he's a 5-tool player. Like, you see what he can do defensively. You see him stealing bases. You see, what he's got with the hit tool and everything else. Mike, last night, I was watching a little bit of the Bally postgame. Mike, I think, is going to come in here pumped. He was sort of glowing about Evan Carter last night in the postgame show.
Well, he's kind of got a sunburn.
He's got what?
He has a little bit of a sunburn, it looks like.
Well, yeah, so that's part of the glow.
Yeah.
But it's also just his demeanor and the way he feels about it. But Evan Carter has been exactly what you would have hoped he would be coming up.
Sandler texted us, if the Rangers win one of the final 3 games against Toronto, then they get the tiebreaker over the Blue Jays, which could be significant.
Yeah, because there's no more game 163. They do like an NFL style tiebreaker now, which, I mean, look, that could be good and it could be bad. I mean, you face teams at the wrong time and all of a sudden you're screwed, but whatever, that is how it is. If they win today, I don't want to get ahead of myself, it'd be 4 in a row. Are you ready to say at that point the swoon is over?
No, I have to see Scherzer and Eovaldi and how they look. Scherzer's on the mound today. If this whole...
Oh, so then scratch that. They're not going to win today.
Why?
I'm just kidding.
Scratch that? You mean scratch him from the start?
I was on a bad about this. Like, if he pitched for the Braves, a team with like a 15-game lead, would he be on the DL right now or the IL? And of course, the answer is yes.
Right.
And the Rangers are throwing a guy out there that if the Rangers were 40-20, he would be on the DL today or the IL. Right? They just would.
Yeah.
He would be on the injured list because he's not healthy.
Yep.
He's not even pitching at 80%. Most guys today in September are probably at 85%. He's at maybe 65?
Yeah. Jerry Jones is coming up live at 8:30. I want to talk about the NBA fixes, but this George Kirby thing is about to expire. Do we need to talk about this? Anyone have a passionate take on George Kirby quote-unquote quitting on his team when he explained the setup?
All right, so he was asked to pitch into the 7th inning in a game over the weekend.
And he is
Friday.
who?
He's a Mariners pitcher.
Good pitcher. I
Very
think he made
good.
the All-Star team this year.
Yeah, I think so. Very good pitcher. He was asked to pitch into the 7th inning. His pitch count was not. What do you consider a high pitch count right now? What do you consider a high amount of pitches?
97?
That
might be too high.
I don't know. You start getting a few pitches past 100.
Tell me if this is a little on the soft side.
I didn't execute. He had a good pitch. I wish I wasn't out there for the 7th, to be honest. So I was at 90 pitches, and I didn't think I needed to go anymore, but it is what it is. So
is that a conversation in the dugout, or is it?
It'll be a conversation soon.
Yeah. Well, the horror, you're at 90 pitches.
He then gave up the game-tying home run on his 103rd and final pitch. My questions are, did he tell the manager he didn't have anything left?
Amen.
Did he know it wasn't going to hurt the team, or was he pissed because his stat line got blown up?
Yeah, if he told the manager, I'm done, and the manager put him out there, that's on the manager. And that manager has to explain a lot of things to the front office because you put a pitcher at risk of injury. If he did not tell the manager that, and he just thinks that 90 pitches is some insurmountable number that the human body cannot take, dude, when the man, just take the ball and go throw the ball and shut your mouth. Like, again, if you already told the manager you're done and he didn't listen to you, that's on him. But if you didn't say a word about it, take the ball and compete.
Players are coming for him. Mark Mulder, Weaver, I think Clemens, Holland.
Yep.
Everyone is tweeting, of course, basically calling him soft.
92 pitches a game. That's what he averages. And so it's just the adjustment. I think he is being soft about it, but I'm guessing this is just his expectation. I'm supposed to be around 90, and if I go over, but I mean, you're in a pennant race, champ. 3 of his last 5 outings, he's gone 100 pitches.
Yeah, you're in a pennant race.
Yeah.
Like, this is what happens. Like, nobody's healthy right now.
He did say afterwards, obviously I screwed up. Skip's always got to pry the ball out of my hands. Just super uncharacteristic of me as a player and who I am on that mound. I love competing. So that is right now the piñata of Major League Baseball. The celebration of the National Football League is the Dallas Cowboys. Let's party with Jerry Jones next.
Let's get you over to
Now time for the Jerry Jones Show, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you, on your home of America's team with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And let's welcome in the 1-0 owner and general manager of your favorite football team. Good morning, Jerry Jones. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Bobby. Everybody, let me welcome everybody to a great morning.
Jerry, was that a perfect game? Was that a perfect win?
Well, let me say this: we've got to be careful thinking that it's that perfect. But and I know everybody's got that theme in their mind, but still, to under those conditions, to have our team step up and play at that level was unbelievable. The pressures, the numbers of plays that we got pressures on defense was just phenomenal. And, of course, it's easy to say you played the conditions. It was driving range, but you kept it within yourself. You didn't try to do too much offensively as far as risking the football, held on to it real good. It was sometimes hard to catch. I just can't believe you could draw it up under the conditions in a better way to have an opener and build for the up-and-coming schedule.
How do you let yourself not get too high after a game like this, or too low after a blowout on the other end?
Well, you guys know I ride high and I get up high. I go to bed high, but and so it really is not hard for me to temper it, and so this really calls for that. We've got coming up here this week. A game that's going to be against what we see almost every weekend, a team that is really loaded with talent, and that sobers you up. On the other hand, that game really did a lot for us. It obviously to have a score of 40-0, but it allowed us to do some things in some areas of confidence. Our running game, it didn't just jump out at you, but it was good. We played some guys in the interior in our offensive line. It was good. We had to do some things in the passing game. Our receivers had to catch some wet balls. That was our first shot out in our new adjusted offense, so to speak. All of that was good. There's nothing that can buy that. You just have to go through it. Boy, that helped our team have not only the win, not only as we were playing in our same division, but boy, what it did for us. We really hadn't played together in the preseason. That was questionable for everybody, not I'm sure even doubtful for the coaches. But it was the way to go because it got us there as healthy as we could get there for the most part. But then to come out of there and have a game like that and literally go into it with getting guys like Cooper some snaps at our quarterback, all of that thing really helped this team for what's ahead of us, and it's a journey ahead of us.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Did you get to go out in New York after to celebrate that, or did you have to go into hiding?
No, we went straight in. I mean, we came straight back to Dallas. Okay. And you get in, that's about 4 in the morning when you get in. But I didn't need the plane to fly home. I was flying high and looking for thunderstorms to get home in.
Jerry, Tank Lawrence said, we're putting the league on notice. Micah said, we have the best defense in the NFL, and you got some 2000 Raven comparisons out there. Do you agree with some of those comments from your guys about this defense?
Well, I know that early in the game, let's talk about something to look at. They gutted us what looked to be pretty good on their first possession.
Yeah.
Well, that was something that we hadn't coached or hadn't prepared for. What they were doing was some of their blocking schemes inside. But the adjustment we made, and that's the key. And, boy, we stepped up there. We stopped that. And we didn't see that again. That is so rewarding to see us play and make those kinds of adjustments in the interior and have the players that understand that and get it done. And they did make the adjustment. Over on that offensive side of the ball, let me tell you, that New York Giant team defensive front is something to really reckon with. That was an accomplishment to be able to get them blocked like that and really not have Tyler Smith in there. But, boy, look who got the snaps. They got snaps. That's going to pay off for us as soon as Sunday night coming up.
Jerry, we know that the game conditions change things, but what did you kind of notice conceptually that was different with Coach McCarthy calling the plays?
I saw, I did see good protection. I saw quicker throws. I saw Dak just work, seem to work lesser area for his receiver selection. And the main thing is that I saw him really operating without mistakes and with a wet ball in those conditions. That's what you want right there. Let the other guys make the mistake in those conditions. And we did it. So let's give Mike an A on this one. He played within the conditions and let his defense really take advantage of the conditions and, of course, the way we were putting the pressure on the quarterback when we finally got them needing to pass rather than just try to gut us and run up the throat every time. When he did that, he recognized that, and they adjusted accordingly. Well coached, A+.
Jerry, is this defense, do they remind you of a defense? Is it one that you can see, you can dream about riding all the way to a Super Bowl?
Well, I know this. If we can turn them loose, which we can, and get that kind of pressure, and then have the secondary that we've got make the plays on the ball when you get a hurried-up throws or get the kind of balls you get out there. Now, it's not going to be, obviously, those conditions at all. But as we look to the future, that's a formula for really good defense. And you've got to be able to cover the guys if the guy gets the ball out. And if having said that, that's what we did, and that's what we can do. Yeah, we've got the talent level, and they're coached up. That they understand the vulnerabilities, and then, kind of not mentioned the other night was how we've strengthened that interior in there. And I saw Mozzie Smith really improving out there. Man, he was using that strength, and he was stopping her up good. So he's got a lot of help in that middle, which is a great thing, and it's they've got some size in there. We should be able to do a better job this year on interior running on our defense than we've been able to do in the past. No, I liked it, man. I mean, who wouldn't?
We're talking with Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, you just said an A for McCarthy calling the plays, especially given kind of where the conditions were with the weather. How much do you want Dak to call the game at the line of scrimmage and to use his pre-snap recognition versus just trusting basically what's called over the headset?
Yeah, he's getting more help now with the line. The offensive line's making more calls at the line of scrimmage. He's making less calls than he ever has in his career. So the line's making a lot of those calls, and that's good. The goal was to cut what he was doing before the snap down. We had him loaded, boy. He was really loaded up. And so cut that down, not only after the ball snap, give him some faster chance for some faster openness by the receivers, whether it's out of the backfield or whether it's your slot. It's a quicker ball release for Dak, and that was done, and that was done in those conditions.
Jerry, I feel like Dak has been covered more this offseason than any I can ever remember since he's been on your team. Last night he got brought up again. If Dak had that type of game that Josh Allen had, he'd be getting crushed. All the national people, he'd be getting killed. Y'all be taking him apart. Is Dak Prescott over-covered and over-criticized?
Well, from my perspective, he's not. Is he over-covered from the standpoint, does that hurt him? And that's not your question, but it does not hurt him. If I've ever seen anybody that is so sound in his psychic, so sound in his approach to business, and this is business for him, so prepared, he relies on his preparation better than anybody that I've been around. and of course he stays confident and solid out there. As Roger Staubach said, I don't know whether you're going to have a move around guy or whether you're going to have a conventional pocket guy. He said, I don't know about that, but you get somebody that team will follow. That's the key. And of course, he's the best leader that I've ever seen at that position. And we've been around some good ones. Aikman was outstanding. Tony, I think, was just outstanding. But Dak's quite a leader out there at that position.
Jerry, when you saw that first extra point attempt in the game against the Giants, not go through, what was going through your head a little bit, and how did you think about how the kicker bounced back?
Well, I thought, there you go, Steven. You don't know how to pick a kicker. Then he stepped back. Then he stepped back up there and knocking him through, and that's my man. I knew that young guy could shake a loss off in the rain against New York and just come on and kick outstanding. I had that figured all along. So, but I'm proud for him. Frankly, if you want to draw it up, and again, what do you want to see? Young guy, you want to see him come back when it didn't go right for him, and come back solid, come back sound, all of the above, boy. And really, I think we got us a kicker.
Jerry, what is your outlook for this weekend in terms of the injury situation? You guys were missing Tyler Smith, Donovan Wilson, Jordan Lewis. It didn't look like was ready to come back. How are you guys looking in the injury department?
Well, I think we will see. All of those guys were at the cusp to some degree last week. Maybe not Tyron, but we'll really watch him this week. I mean Tyler, but we'll see how he does. That's all those injuries are in that category. Let's see how they practice. See how much practice they get. A little bit of a shorter week for us since we traveled all night. So we'll see how much practice some of those guys that have been out get, particularly for safety. And so we'll have to see how that status goes.
Jerry
They're
Jones.
all ready to play. They all, in my mind, are right at the cusp of playing.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. You're getting the Jets, of course, coming up next. Your thoughts on what happened last night, Jerry, with the Aaron Rodgers injury?
Well, I was sick for everybody, every sports fan. We're sick about it. I don't have anything that anybody else doesn't have on the extent of his injury, but I didn't. Just happened so suddenly and so quick. I will say this, that when it happened, I said that's the life we've chosen, not for him, but for everybody that relies on the health of a quarterback and him. And it just reminded me of how fragile a season, how it can be. Invariably, when I'm talking to anybody, and they talk about disappointments, invariably, almost exclusively, you come to, boy, we had a good team that year, maybe the best team, and we got 3 or 4 injuries in the wrong place, and it sidetracked us and kept us from getting where we wanted. That's not an excuse. And obviously, I was proud of the way that Jet team performed and stepped up there after that. That shows what kind of team they've got, and they are loaded across the board at the Jets. This will be a tough game, one way or the other. And I have no doubt on what his status is.
Given his history against you guys, if he's not able to go, any part of you that would miss competing against them?
Well, that's a loaded question. And I know this. He has taken his toll on us. We've had on 2 different games, I thought the Dez Bryant catch and also the one that, of course, he came back and made the catch on the sideline, but both of them have been heartbreakers. And that would have been in my mind and is in my mind right now. But as far as just looking at this game this weekend, that early in watching him get hurt and the excitement of him coming on the field, carrying the flag, all of that, really the two didn't cross. They really didn't. And say, I was very aware that he might not be available, and that's, of course, an edge. But from the standpoint of what's good for everybody, you don't want to see that.
Jerry Jones joins us here, 105 through the Fan. I know you all just played in that very same field. It's new turf this year. Did your players have any complaints about it? Was the turf played into the injury at all?
I didn't hear anything about a complaint. So, but I don't know. I haven't asked our players yet. Did you have anything you need to adjust on? So I don't know about that. But I didn't hear any after the game.
Y'all have two really quality backups. I'm sure the Jets will be looking for some. Have they reached out? Is there something there that maybe a quarterback surplus that something could be worked out if that's in your interest?
Well, I can say this, that I can't imagine what it would be, but the facts are that just as they do, we can need rush in a play, and did last year, and did the year before, and so boy, you've got to, especially when you got all the promise we got, to compromise yourself with depth at that position would be very unlikely.
Jerry, last thing, we're sure that you are very happy to see all of our good friend Michael Irvin back on television, back on the NFL Network this past weekend, just in the nick of time. Were you happy to see that for the playmaker?
Yes, very much. And so he's such a integral part of, I think, of what we do in the NFL. His personality is amazing, and he's somebody that has a lot to offer the game and has a lot to offer our Sunday. If you want to look at the broad picture Sunday presentation, of course, no secret that he's probably my favorite of ex-players, and I was glad to see him have that kind of result. I think it says everything about where he was on the matter.
Jerry, thank you so much for the time. As always, congratulations. Thanks for having all of us flying high after the New York game, and we can't wait for the home opener. Anything you want to say to the Tolos who will be out there in Arlington?
Well, first of all, I want us, the four of us, me and you three, I want us to have a Monday under these circumstances for as long as we can see forward.
Yes, sir.
This is the way I thought the NFL would be on Tuesday morning and Wednesday morning. And I can't figure it out. I'm just yesterday I was so glib and funny around everybody and so quick-witted. They just do me good. I'm different. Those kind of games.
Different. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jerry. It affects all of our moods the same way. Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you on DFW Sports Station. The worst moment of my year. I thought this was a bad week already with Bobby being right. And for Jerry, only to drop Bobby's name in the intro.
Yeah.
Worst moment of the week.
I tried to let little things like that get to me.
Oh
no, that hits
morning,
home.
Bobby.
That hurts.
Everybody.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the whole thing.
Hey, good morning, Bobby. Everybody.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's the new below the belt intro. We're adding that to the intro.
That is
my damn phone lit up off that more so than anyone else.
That is worse.
Anything else?
That is worse than Bassett calling Alec Bedford. Who knows?
Is it?
Yeah, that's worse.
Way worse.
Way worse.
Way worse. It affects us.
Yeah, it does.
We don't care about Alec.
Exactly. Double standard.
Okay.
See, there's the double standard that we don't care about.
All right. What else are you taking from it? Dak, I knew he was not going to say that Dak was overcovered. There's no such thing as Jerry thinking that anything Cowboys is overcovered. Also asked if he was over-criticized because every Dak defender last night saying, y'all going to talk about Josh Allen the same way? Y'all going to take Josh Allen apart? Is Josh Allen going to go ahead and get crushed by the national media with Manny Acho weighing in saying, yep, we got to cover them the same? Choppy asking if there'd be any trade interest. Look, it's a fun little 2-second topic. The New York Jets are in a better situation than Cooper Rush or Trey Lance. Like, is Trey Lance or Zach Wilson? Go.
At this point, I mean, probably Zach Wilson.
Right.
Because he's played more. We know. I mean,
yeah, if I need to win right now, Wilson. But if I'm like building an organization, I know there's more of a mystery about Lance.
Yeah.
I mean, Cooper Rush over Wilson though. Like tomorrow.
Right.
If they need to win a game tomorrow, I'd take Cooper Rush.
Absolutely. And Jerry's saying very unlikely because there is a little bit of a Dak mystery.
Yeah.
Not mystery, but Dak injury question. It's nice to have that stability there. Maybe the biggest thing that came from it, Roberto, was Dak making as few calls as ever, offensive line, and Dak Prescott communicating at the line of scrimmage. That was pretty interesting.
So one of the things, you guys remember this, I had talked to you guys this spring after having a few conversations, and I had mentioned that I had heard Joe Philbin just refused to let Tyler Smith and Connor McGovern make calls last year. And so the entire left side of the line, like Dak was making all the calls. And so that was unusual that they wouldn't just, I mean, you got the right side of the line that can make those checks and those calls, but the left side was not able to. So that sounds like that's something that's been turned back over completely. And I know there were some people who wondered if just the added responsibility at the line of scrimmage last year was part of what, made things a little messy at times on the offense.
I also love that for all the national media spying on the interview, that will be using the quotes in 2 minutes. He said, I knew Steven couldn't pick a kicker.
Yeah.
That was a big sentence for everyone else who thinks that Jerry still interferes and picks everyone. I knew Steven couldn't pick a kicker correctly when it may be even more Will McClay, but
yeah,
that's what he said.
Back in the day, now I don't know how true this is anymore, but back in like the mid-aughts, the old joke was that, Steven was the GM for like 48 people, and Jerry was the GM for Romo and T.O. and Witt. You know what I mean? Probably where he was their GM. And everybody else just went to Steven or somewhere else, or to Jason.
What happens to the Jets and Aaron Rodgers now? Final hour, Tolo Tuesday after this.
After we get you over to Zerez and get that carpet.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Takes the snap, drops back, looks over the middle, under pressure, and he will be sacked back to the 32-yard line by Leonard Floyd. And Aaron Rodgers gets up with a limp. Aaron Rodgers right now doesn't look 100% right. 11:15 to go in the opening quarter, and Aaron Rodgers is injured on the sack by Leonard Floyd. And the Jet training staff surrounds him, and Zach Wilson pops up and starts to get ready and take some warm-up throws.
Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour fist pump time here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Butt. You got a phone? You got an appointment you need to get to?
No, that was my poop timer.
Why is your alarm going off?
I set a timer when I went in the bathroom that I had like 5 minutes before the segment was back. And I guess I forgot to turn the timer off.
I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Whose alarm is going off right now?
That was me. I apologize.
Well, you beat it in plenty of time.
I did. Oh, yeah. Look, I told Bobby, I said, because I saw him in there. We were running pilot, co-pilot. Oh. And I said, I only need 3 minutes. And I think I was right on the money on that one. Yeah. I just forgot to turn it off.
Jets radio with the call. An awful, awful night, in my opinion. I know there are those who said, no, he deserves it. Screw Aaron Rodgers. He's a douchebag. I get all that. As a sports fan, this was crushing to me. Awful. 4 plays, season over, maybe career over. And I'm going to be robbed of watching a team that I otherwise don't care about. And I'm not going to care about them. After this Sunday, the New York Jets will be dead to me unless Aaron Rodgers returns. And I watched all the Hard Knocks, and I was interested. And I love seeing answers to the question of the great ones still. What do they have left? Can they still do it? Was Rodgers cooked? That's why I have the bet with Bobby. That is now off.
Not off, you lost.
It's off.
I mean, he finished the season, I believe we said a 60 QBR. He finished the season with a QBR of
2.6.
So like you are going to have to eat the bomb hot sauce wings.
Nah.
The bomb was the bet?
Yeah.
The bomb was the bet?
That you're going to have to eat 5 of them during a segment and talk through it.
See, I'll tell you this, because if he had completed that one pass and it was like a 61...
I would have had to have eaten the wings.
You would not have either.
I would have had to have done it, and I would have said, that's unfortunate, but Sean was right. He bounced back. Look, I mean, even without the QBR, I think just the question of is he washed is absolutely true because his,
so
he's a
Dak
40-year-old
washed because his leg got snapped?
No, different. That was a force injury. This man had trouble planting without his tendon snapping. That's an age washed issue. I was
hoping when he got up things were good, and then he sat back down, and then the cart came out, and when they carted him to the tunnel in the bowels of the stadium, I was like, okay, just get up and look like you can walk okay. And nope, that did not happen. Walking boot, and Robert Saleh is talking about the Achilles. People are speculating ankle. People are speculating Achilles. Here was the Jets head coach after the game.
That part sucks. I'm going to enjoy this win. Winning in the NFL is hard, regardless of who the quarterback is. Personally, I don't hurt for me. I don't hurt for our locker room. I hurt for Aaron and how much he's invested in all of this. So I'm still going to say a prayer. I'm still going to hold out hope. My heart's with Aaron right now and nowhere else.
And obviously, Kevin Gray got the zoom-in shot. We all saw it. He was shocked. The whole stadium was shocked. I was stunned in my living room and saddened, so I can't even imagine what it was like there.
It sounded like a funeral. That place had buzz to it, and all the life in the air is just sucked right out of that.
September 11th, American flag, Rodgers running out.
Yeah.
Fireman Ed.
Yeah.
All of it.
I mean, it hit everything. Like, there's nobody that wasn't like, at least at some point, this, we've had like games where like time stopped, like DeMar Hamlin, time stopped.
And he wasn't active for some reason. He made the roster. He played in the preseason games. Is that the Bills being scared? Side note.
I don't think so. I mean, they've got guys at safety that would be playing ahead of him. They just must have needed the roster spot. I'm just surprised they wouldn't have him active just cause though. But we do have. I know Bovada doesn't have it yet. We do have the updated lines from Action Network on Cowboys Jets. How much do you think the line moved?
So FanDuel and DraftKings went from 3.5 to 7.5. And who is this?
This is Action Network.
I don't know. 8.5.
7.5.
7.5.
So they're more than a touchdown favorite now.
Yeah, and that's his 4 points is generally what a quarterback would give you per game because the way they factor it out, it's X amount of wins over the course of a year, and they kind of break that down. Dak was like 4 points to Cooper Rush last year. Rodgers, ironically, has the highest point total assigned to him at any point. He was worth 9 points.
Wow.
1 year. The most that any quarterback has ever gotten in history.
Jeez. And the Super Bowl odds go from 16 to 1 to 35 to 1, which I'm surprised it's not even worse than that. Now, maybe they're anticipating that Tom Brady or someone else gets a call.
They're protecting against some other quarterback coming in and taking them because this is a good run. Jerry's right. This is a loaded team. They've got good players. Now, their offensive line may be shot, but they've got good players everywhere except the front.
Which is what matters for them.
Yeah.
I mean, if they can't protect, it doesn't matter. You can't get into any of your offensive concepts if you can't protect.
And Bet Online sent me who will be the next quarterback of the Jets if they sign or trade. Nick Foles, Colt McCoy, Taysom Hill, Davis Mills, Carson Wentz, Cooper Rush, 10 to 1 odds. Teddy Bridgewater, Taylor Heineke, Case Keenum, Marcus Mariota, Tom Brady, 20 to 1. Jameis Winston, Jacoby Brissett. God, this is a gross list. Tyrod, Dalton, Minshew, Flacco, Russ, Fitzpatrick, Andrew Luck, Tim Tebow, 150 to 1. And Matt Ryan, who was in the booth for CBS for his broadcasting debut. I'm not getting Matt Ryan because he's clearly lost all of his instincts and awareness. He didn't even realize he was getting trolled by his play-by-play guy.
We were just chopping some burgers at halftime saying this game feels like it should be 28-3 in favor of Minnesota. Why is it still 10-10?
Turnovers.
Right over that.
Right over his head.
Who says chopping burgers, by the way?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that?
I don't know that I've heard that one. That was Andrew Catalon.
So tomorrow, 7:20, it's chopping burgers?
Chopping burgers?
Not chopping
We were just chopping some burgers.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
40 burgers, baby.
Yeah, but you're going to find anybody with a Nathaniel Hackett connection to be on that list. I'm surprised Blake Bortles isn't on there. Because he's just sitting there ripping cigs doing construction right now. He could easily just fill in. He's probably better than Zach Wilson at this point.
I mean, in 2021, the 3 quarterbacks that were on the Packers roster were Rodgers. He acquired him. Jordan Love, who is now the Packers quarterback. And then I don't remember who the third string was, but
was it Hundley?
No, the third string is the practice squad quarterback for the Jets. So he's got all of his available quarterbacks because all the other ones have retired.
So look, the Jets are done. What this is going to come down to Sunday, and we'll do it later on in the week, is the Jets defense. The other side of this that we need to cover is Josh Allen. A disastrous performance. This is a disastrous loss for Buffalo. My Buffalo Bills, and I'm very, very worried because it feels like Stephon Diggs has put a cloud over this team, and Josh Allen doesn't have an umbrella big enough. He looked terrified last night. And this looks like force feed Stephon Diggs, or you're going to deal with a fight at home. It's going to be some drama behind the scenes. I did love the shot of Diggs going up to Allen on the sideline before the game-tying drive, encouraging him. That was a great sign for Buffalo fans. But to lose this game with Zach Wilson going in, it's a terrible loss. You better beat the Raiders in Washington. Those are your next two. You're the Bills. You got the Raiders, and you're at Washington, because after that, it's Miami and Jacksonville. Woo!
Yeah.
Pressure. And I can feel the Buffalo pressure.
Yeah, and look, Josh Allen's played really, really poorly in 3 straight games against the Jets. 20 points, 17 points, 16 points. And he's got 5 interceptions in those 3 games. One of those games, he had none. So in the last 2 games, he's got 5 picks against the Jets. Now, do you want to say 2 of those were punts? Sure, fine, whatever. It's not they're not as bad. That third one was terrible. It's an out route. Josh Allen should have completely a strong enough arm to be able to make that throw. It was a bad decision. It was a bad read. His decision making is just not great. It's not great. He gets by with athleticism, with pure raw skill. That will catch up to him at some point.
Are we doubting Josh Allen now? The off-season doubt, does it look legitimate? And this is an overreaction or not, was the Bills' doubt warranted?
I'm not doubting Josh Allen. Josh Allen is going to have turnovers. It's the way he plays the position. I'm more just curious, and the thing I've wondered all offseason is just about the culture and how does it impact, how do they play with each other? Like, if they don't play well, the first miss to Stephon Diggs yesterday on a third down, he kind of put his hands up. He pulled them back, but he put his hands up for a second, was just like kind of shrugging body language, like, okay, what was that? And then quickly put it back together. But that's the thing, is that how much did some of their offseason turmoil impact them? How much are they still, look, I got to imagine it was pretty jarring and still affects guys today, the fact that they were on the field when the DeMar Hamlin thing happened, and that they may still have some trouble bouncing back from that, like chemistry wise or just whatever else. It's something that they've had a lot of side issues outside of just playing the game of football that I think are starting to impact them.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, and then I will toss up the softball to you, RJ. Does Josh Allen deserve Dak Prescott-type criticism today? Because if Dak had that game, all blank would be hitting the fan. Pun intended.
That the people who are saying that may be saying that out of their own self-interest, whatever, but they're not wrong. Dak Prescott would not be about it. It would be about Aaron Rodgers today.
Yes.
But there would be a lot more of the Dak Prescott narrative that takes place. Has Josh earned a bit of a longer leash than Dak has? Sure. He's a better player. He's better than Dak is. He can run better for one, and that's a part of the position. But the Josh Allen, is it time to have the elite discussion with Josh Allen? That may be the next question.
And my response to that is it's Dak gets talked about because he's the Cowboys quarterback. Anyone that is above average, we get talked about just the same. No one cares about Buffalo, New York. No one gives a crap. No one. The only time when anyone cared about Buffalo, New York is when they lost 4 straight Super Bowls. So I don't think it's a Dak Allen thing. I don't think it's a white-black thing. It's a Dallas Cowboys own the sports world thing, and no one gives a crap about Buffalo. Does Josh Allen deserve all the criticism and questions? Damn right. A ton. And he should be story number 2 right after Rodgers today, and I think he will be. When the Bills play on an NFL Sunday, they get lost. But because this is Monday night, he'll get his warranted negative attention today, in my opinion.
He will. I do think it's the market size in the NFL is different than everybody else, right? Because every team's local.
Yes. But if Josh Allen played on the Giants, his offseason would have been louder.
He'd get more. Yes, he'd get more. Like Mahomes
no one's talking about Trevor Lawrence nationally.
No, they're not. Especially not yet. Patrick Mahomes is the most popular, famous, talked to. He's the big dog, and he plays in one of the smallest markets in the league. Rodgers, Favre, huge, small market. Manning, huge, small market. Burrow, small market. And then obviously, look, whoever the quarterback of the Cowboys is, be it Dak, be it Romo, Chad Hutchinson, it doesn't matter. They're going to be talked about.
I mean, Josh Allen, like I said, the turnovers are going to be there, but he still plays. I don't think we're talking about does he come out of the elite discussion. You just look at during this window, 2022 on, when people have been really critical of him. If you look at his success rate relative to the rest of the league since the start of last year, which success rate is defined as percentage of plays where the EPA expected points added was above 0. Then he's second in the NFL behind Mahomes at 53%. Mahomes is 53.4%. So he's creating positive plays just about as frequently as Mahomes is.
All right, let's check in with Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Maybe we'll get his reaction to this New York Giant fan rant and all the New York fallout after the Cowboys beat that ass. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com is next. But obviously,
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Glass Doctor.
Hi, this is Larry Patterson, owner of Glass Doctor. Your fogged insulated glass window frames don't have to be replaced. The specialists at Glass Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Patrick Walker at Voice of the Star on Twitter, joining us every single Tuesday from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Patrick. Where would you like to start?
Well, let's start with talking about just how special that beatdown was of the New York Giants. I mean, sitting there watching that in real time just had me happier than a pig in slop after eating some IHOP. I mean, the defense just took it to another level. And last week in my week one edition of the Science Lab that posted on DallasCowboys.com, I know everyone was kind of challenging the offense to hit the ground running and go fast, and I was as well and still am. But I was more intrigued with seeing if the defense can be historic, if they can hit that echelon of being special, not entirely dissimilar from what Micah Parsons was saying this offseason about comparing them ultimately and eventually to, the Ray Lewis version of the Baltimore Ravens and, what they used to have in the Dungy days with the Buccaneers defense and Warren Sapp and those guys. So, I challenged them and said, hey, I know you're great. You were great the last two seasons. You were great in takeaways. You were great in, QB pressures and pass rush. But can you be special? Can you be elite? And they walked into MetLife Stadium on Sunday night, and that's exactly what they were. They were special, and they were literally historic if you look at what they did statistically to Daniel Jones and that offense. And special teams as well. Kudos to guys like Wanye Thomas, the block punt, Noah Igbenogany, made his debut with the Cowboys, and big for that young man because he said he was praying for change in Miami, and he hopes that the Cowboys are his answered prayer. Goes out there and he gets the touchdown on that blocked field goal. So, they did everything they needed to do and nothing they didn't need to do as far as offensively taking unnecessary risks, especially in that inclement weather. Was it a perfect game? No, it wasn't. So to be able to say that and still look at a 40-0 score is just magnificent.
What happened with this emotional pregame meeting? We have not talked about that yet.
Okay, so last week, going into the game, obviously Mike McCarthy debuted the mantra for 2023, which is Carpe Omnia, seize everything. And I explained it more in the piece that I wrote with and speaking with Dak Prescott, and that's on the .com as well. That went out yesterday afternoon. If you guys want to check that out, ladies and gentlemen. And just explaining what Carpe Omnia really means to the Dallas Cowboys. And there's an obvious level to it, which is seize everything and, pillage, plunder your opponents and basically leave them with nothing. So take everything and leave them nothing, kind of like King Leonidas in the 300. But there's a much more profound meaning to it, which is to understand and appreciate the path that was carved for you by your loved ones and the ones before them that helped you get to where you are right now. So every snap you take, whether that be in practice and the game, the way you carry yourself in the building, the way you carry yourself off of the field and being a professional, always be thankful and keep in mind and be appreciative of what those loved ones provided to you so that you can have this opportunity to go out there and be great. The pregame meeting was Mike McCarthy sat down with every player on the roster and he had them pull out their phones and he told them to either call or text their loved ones and say thank you for helping me get here. And that pretty much set the emotional tone for the evening because after that, you had the Cowboys just go out there and just, after a little bit of a rough start, few plays, the way they ended that first drive and then the way they continued to just steamroll the Giants from there, it all began with the Carpe Omnia meeting last week and then rolled over into the pregame meeting. It's just a very emotional and profound way of motivating these guys, and I could not love it more.
Patrick Walker every single Tuesday and Thursday with Sean, RJ, and Roberto on 105.3 The Fan. Is this an automatic win against the Jets?
No.
Oh. Why not, Coach?
Fast enough. Because those guys get paid too. Ask the Buffalo Bills. Ask the Buffalo Bills who saw Aaron Rodgers leave after 4 snaps. You pressure Aaron Rodgers twice in 4 snaps. 2 of those could have been sacks. One of them was a sack by Leonard Floyd. Might have ended Aaron Rodgers' career. Here comes Zach Wilson, a kid who entered the league with a ton of pomp and circumstance and has not delivered on any level. If you're the Buffalo Bills and you're already beating up on the Jets O-line, you're looking at that and you're licking your chops and saying, oh, this is a gimme game. And then what happens? All of a sudden, they get back in the game. You stop at 13. You can't get past 13. Here they go. They make a play. Garrett makes a play in the end zone with that phenomenal catch. And then all of a sudden, the momentum swings and they start believing. And then once these professional athletes and their coaching staff, led by a monumental motivator and Robert Saleh. You talk about McCarthy being a motivator, and he is. So is Coach Saleh. So they have the belief. And that's what makes them dangerous, and not nearly as dangerous as if Aaron Rodgers were back there. But anyone saying that this is a bye week, that's how you lose games. So it's much like I tweeted last night. Approach this game as if Aaron Rodgers is back there playing. That's how you have to approach it. You have to make some slight tweaks, as in, for example, Zach Wilson is much more mobile than Aaron Rodgers, but equally as mobile as Daniel Jones, and they were able to bottle up Daniel Jones after that, first 4 or 5 scripted plays in New York. But you make some small tweaks, but your mindset has to be that that's Aaron Rodgers back there, and that's what you're trying to stop. And as long as you approach it that way and you keep in your mind that, hey, it doesn't matter who we're playing, like Micah said, everyone gets the same smoke. Keep that mindset week in, week out, because the moment that you start playing down the competition is the moment you start seeing cracks in your armor, and then all of a sudden, here comes the postseason. You figure you can turn it on against this particular team, but maybe you can't. So if you keep it on all season, week in, week out, you never have to worry about turning it on. So no, this is not a gimme game, especially with that Jets defense who can take the ball away, as we saw. They can get pressure. So, yeah, you better go out there and play some ball.
If Dak had the Josh Allen game last night, then what today?
Armageddon. We would have woken up this morning and the skies would have been red, the moon would have been bloody, the 4 horsemen would have been coming down the horizon. It would have absolutely been Ragnarok if Dak Prescott had a 4-turnover game, which was technically because he had 2. Josh Allen did. He had 2 he had fumbles. He fumbled twice. He lost 1, had 3 interceptions, and basically gave the game away. And I tweeted last night, and I purposefully took out Josh Allen's name. I did the screenshot of the stats, and I said, analyze these stats in the game that had that outcome. Take the name out completely and tell me what you think. And if you tell me that you're okay with that, then that tells a lot about you. Fact of the matter is, Josh Allen, as talented as he is, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, that is true. That is 100% true. It's also true that he's been the leader in interceptions over the past couple of years or so. Although people would like to say it's Dak, it's not. It's Josh Allen. And you can't play like that on the road against a team that you were supposed to beat handily when Zach Wilson ran onto the field. So all things considered, very bad outing from Josh Allen. I feel like he'll bounce back because he is one of the better quarterbacks in the league. But to answer your question, if that was Dak Prescott, because keep in mind, watch what happens. Because Dak Prescott's going to throw an interception sooner or later. It's inevitable. No starting quarterback goes the entire season without throwing one. So Dak Prescott's going to throw an interception, and mark my words, it's going to get exponentially more coverage, and it's going to be criticized much more exponentially than what Josh Allen did with those 4 turnovers against the Jets. Money on the table.
Now, do you think that difference in coverage is warranted, and is it only because one plays for the Cowboys?
It's because one plays for the Cowboys. I think it's warranted in the aspect of if you're a starting quarterback in the NFL, comes with the territory. Nobody's going to boo-hoo for that. That comes with the territory. You are a leader of men, so you're going to take the blame, or you're going to get the blame when things don't go right, and you're probably not going to get the credit when things go wrong. But it's also true that it's skewed wildly when there's a star on the helmet. We saw it with Troy Aikman. We most certainly saw it with Tony Romo, and now we're seeing it with Dak Prescott. It puts an added emphasis on the criticisms, which is unfair and undue, particularly if you look at it from an objective standpoint, like we're just talking about Josh Allen. He makes those 4 turnovers, gives the game away against the Jets led by Zach Wilson, And yeah, you'll hear some things about it, but it's not going to be a big deal. It'll fade in a day or two. Dak Prescott, when he throws his first interception this season, keep in mind, this is a guy who typically doesn't throw interceptions. Last year was an anomaly. His first interception is going to be in the news line for the entirety of the week that it happens. That's not fair. And that's where the scale needs to be balanced, but it'll never be balanced. And Dak understands that. Tony Romo understood it. Troy Aikman understood it. And whomever comes after Dak Prescott, the Dak Prescott era, they will need to understand it as well. Eventually, when you're a Cowboy, you live long enough to see the hero become the villain.
Is it 9 in the box and 2 on Garrett Wilson this week?
No. Cowboys have a defense that can play anybody straight up, man to man, and not have to shade coverage one way or the other. I had an exclusive talk with Trayvon Diggs after. Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, had a talk with Trayvon Diggs after the New York Giants game, and he said, obviously he had just an explosive game as well, and his tackling was key in forcing those 2 turnovers. And he said, don't throw the ball. And it was kind of an edict and a dare at the same time. So if you're staring at Zach Wilson at quarterback much differently than you're staring at Aaron Rodgers, obviously, because with Aaron Rodgers, you probably don't want him to throw the ball, right? And Zach Wilson, throw the ball. Throw it. Throw it often. And I get it. Garrett he's something. He's special. But, again, playmakers at every single position. I'm more concerned with Breece Hall.
Yeah. Yes.
That's my concern. I'm not worried about the receivers any more than I was worried about Jalen Hyatt and Darren Waller and all of, the hype from joining the Giants. And, the Cowboys have to account for them. They got horses, Trayvon Diggs and Stephon Gilmore, Deron Bland and Malik Hooker, Jaron Kearse. And, they did what they did without Donovan Wilson and Jordan Lewis. And you might have one or both of those guys back against the Jets. I'm not worried about the secondary versus, the wide receivers for the Jets. I'm worried about the Breece Hall. His knee looks fantastic. He was explosive last night against the Buffalo Bills. You're going to have to contain Breece Hall. And that's bottom line. Because if you can't, then it's going to allow Zach Wilson to have some more time, and then he can maybe use his escapability to cause some problems. But shut down Breece Hall. That's job number 1. Stop Breece Hall, and you will force the game on Zach Wilson, and then you will see what happens from there.
Thank you, Patrick. Great stuff. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
Absolutely. Talk to you guys later.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. We crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece with Corey Majors, renaming our show like I tried to rename theirs next. But first, let me go.
was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Carter 1 for 5 at the outset of his big league career. Swings here and hits one high and deep down the right field line. Evan Carter has just hit his first big league home run. He has tied the score at 2. A majestic shot well over the right field wall. Carter touches them all. We're tied up here in the third.
Yeah, Mike.
That's my guy.
We
Don't
heard
you
were
take him.
Pumped up last night.
I was. I love that kid. That was a big home run, as it looked like Toronto. I mean, didn't look like they had taken momentum. Dunning was struggling in the second inning. It looked like, oh no, here we go again. And then he leads off the third inning with a home run to tie the game right back up, to put it back to, hey, we're not going down easy. We are going to fight here. And I thought that was huge. And then I thought when he threw the guy out at home, Jonah Heim made a tremendous tag on that. I give Jonah a lot of credit for catching that ball and then diving and getting the tag on the runner. But when you watch his mechanical movements on that ball, most 21-year-olds, hell, even maybe 25-year-olds, they don't care to learn the craft of every single thing to do to make that a possible out. And if you watch how he charged it, how he got the ball on his side, how he turned his hips, how it was 2 steps and let the ball go, that gave him and the Rangers a chance for that out. If he would have done it where he didn't charge the ball as hard as he could, he didn't let that ball get to his side, what I call to kids traveling. You cannot travel in the outfield. You can't pick up the ball and then take 4 steps to throw it. They're going to be safe. It was 2 steps, great crow hop, let the ball go, and gave the Rangers a chance to get that out. That shows me at 21 years old where he's the same age as Wyatt Langford. Like, there's no difference in their ages. In fact, I think he's younger than Wyatt Langford, our number 4 overall pick. He is putting his mind into everything. It's not just, I'm going to be a hitter, I'm just going to, I see things where I'm like, this kid is putting in all the work to be a future superstar, which he will be.
Ooh, I like it from Mike Bassett. Kevin, how did you divide Rangers and Rodgers last night?
Well, hey, Bobby and the rest of y'all.
That's right. My wife doesn't believe
Hey, good morning, Bobby. Everybody.
That's the worst moment of my radio career. That's
man.
awful. I try to tell my wife and others, they don't believe me. They think we're being fake humble. I was like, no, if Jerry walked into a room, even after 12 years, we would have to reintroduce ourselves to
Y'all
him.
would.
100%.
I wouldn't.
Yeah. And the one who doesn't go to the Jerry party gets recognized this morning. The one.
I did switch back and forth. I stayed with football at the beginning of the game just because, like in the first 4 minutes, there's a pretty...
When he ran out with the flag?
Yeah, that part
cool.
too.
That was awesome.
And
that was it.
There was a pretty big moment there. And at first I was just thinking, oh man, I could take advantage of that offensive line. And then obviously it became something way bigger. But then eventually I bounced back into the Rangers game. So I just kind of bounced back and forth.
How'd you divide it?
Laptop and TV. So Mike doesn't believe that you can do 2 things at once, but I do have 2 things on at once and absorb it in that way. So my attention though did turn back very quickly to the Rangers because this is, dude, we're still in this, man.
We're not just in it. We're in the playoffs.
We're in it to win it, right? We're in it to win it.
And the best spot.
And
we have said you're in the best spot too.
Batista probably out for the year. So the Orioles bullpen is a little bit less now. That's one of their major strengths that they have over you. They're still better in their bullpen than you are in yours. But the American League is somewhat wide open. Now, I don't think that means the Rangers are the favorites at all, but there's no Atlanta Braves and there's no LA Dodgers. The 2 best teams in baseball, I think by far, are the 2 teams in the National League. In the American League, you have good teams, but nobody stands out to me.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, right out of the gate, we will discuss Aaron Rodgers and how that injury shifts and changes your perspective on the game Sunday. And then at 10:20, Evan Carter has arrived. Mike breaks it all down there. But also, Mike has some very interesting stuff on Dane Dunning that I hope he gets to. He was breaking down in the conference room. I hope he gets that out today because that was awesome. And Bruce Bochy, if you like the Rangers, 12:20 today.
And Evan Carter will be on with the G-Bag Nation today. Why did you say the Rangers were in the best spot?
Because you get Minnesota if you're the last wild card in the first round.
And we're
as
good
opposed
against
to,
I hear you, but
I know. But it's like, would you rather have Minnesota or Houston?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Minnesota.
Right? Well, actually, it wouldn't
Not
be Houston. It would be Toronto.
Yeah.
Right? Who would you rather have?
Houston will most likely have the bye.
Yeah, Houston and Baltimore, right? They'll get the bye. So would you rather have Tampa in the first round or Minnesota? And I'll just say Minnesota.
Would like to get you all's rant reaction to Sean Morash. I don't know. Can't keep track. That's Jason.
Okay.
Wow, that's impressive that you knew that. That's good.
Yes, I think I had. That was like a concert I had to go to way back when.
He had some number one hits.
I saw
but
him.
This is
He was good.
the guy who does a CBS Sports Minute, diehard Giants fan on WFAN, going off on a Cowboys caller yesterday in New York.
Look, reason for my call is really to attack Morash, man. I mean, he sat there with Loogie for a couple of weeks. The Giants have closed the gap. They're better than the Cowboys. We're going to beat the Cowboys. So talk to me about closing the gap, Morash, okay? Because we embarrassed you, and you know what? We ripped your souls out for the rest of the season.
Is that what you think, Mario? Then you better bring that heat in November because we got a couple months to figure this out, Mario.
Morash, listen.
Hey, Mario, how old are you? Were you in pacifiers and diapers the last time your team won a Super Bowl?
I want to ask you this. Oh, yeah, bring that up because you know what the point is with that, Morash?
What?
Guess what?
Why?
You're going to be 80 years old, and you're going to be like, yeah, I remember 2012.
Yeah, you're going to be 80 years old,
You're going to be
and
there
you're
too.
still not going to have seen another NFC Championship game because your team chokes every single year, Mario. Celebrate opening night. You choke every year.
Let's talk about last night, Morash.
What are we going to talk about? We got our asses annihilated by you. It does not matter, Mario, long term, because Mike McCarthy's fat ass is going to choke into the playoff game for you, Mario. More is this. Mario, that.
You talk up Jones all you want. Last year you beat nobody but a Viking team with a horrendous defense.
Oh yeah! And where do we end up? Where do we end up? The same elimination week.
You're gonna beat nobody too this year, Morash. Nobody.
Great. Guess what? I still got freaking Super Bowls in my adulthood. I at least live an hour from my stadium. Go move to Dallas then.
You're still not sitting at my table with 5 rings.
What's your table? What's your table? What's your table? What is your table?
Get to 5 and talk to me, Morash.
All right,
get to
then
5
talk
and
to me in November, Mario.
Yeah,
your sister's ass. Take a lap.
You won't get there. Yeah.
All right, yeah. Celebrate week 1 again, Mario. Celebrate.
That was fantastic.
Your sister's ass.
That's so New York right there.
Sometimes now I can understand why the Odyssey people don't understand our style of sports radio because they're like, "Hey, you didn't insult anyone's family member, just yell."
Your sister's ass.
Your sister's ass.
That was awful. That sports radio is the worst.
There was a WFAN getting all worked up. What is this Rodgers report you sent us?
This is Diana Rossini, and it just got put out. Aaron Rodgers didn't like the play calls involving cut blocks and expressed as much to Jets coaches. Sources tell Diana Rossini of The Athletic. During his 4 dropbacks Monday, New York tackles tried the maneuver twice, including the play he was injured on.
Okay,
in
so
the 4
wait
plays,
a
he's like,
second. Wait, is this
You know what,
preseason? Like training camp? I don't like these, or this is like
No, generally, if you're talking about like the plays involved, that would generally be the game plan for the week, I would guess.
So,
but regardless,
but
I'm
he
telling
didn't
you,
say this like this morning or last
no
night.
cut
right?
blocks.
No, here's the thing. No, that's what I'm saying. Like somebody did.
Yeah.
And Rossini, even though she's not gotten Aaron specifically, as Aaron has addressed, like Diana Rossini, I don't know who's going to, she clearly has had a beat on Rodgers on different things. And so somebody either within the Jets or with Aaron's camp, it sounds like, must want that out there that, hey, by the way, this Aaron didn't even want this in there, and it ended up burning them.
Will Aaron Rodgers' ego allow him to go out like this, Kevin?
Oh, no. He'll be back. He will be back.
How many years did Kobe play after his Achilles?
How old was Kobe when
Maybe
he had his
3
Achilles?
years?
3?
So.
Okay. All right. And that's like that. That's a dude that we know worked his ass off. And I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers doesn't, but
he was never the same.
Yeah.
But basketball is different. I think it's maybe easier to play quarterback coming back than it is to do the jumping and cutting and everything that's kind of asked of a basketball player.
yeah, I'm just like, it does. Whenever you realize you're not the same, how much does that change you? Like, how much is that you're like, man, I can't do those things. That will say, if it was on grass, would that have given? Would the ground have given instead of just locked in?
I don't know if you've heard this, Corey. There's been no reputable study that has ever been put out. I've been told.
That was Jerry Jones earlier on the Bobby and Bobby show.
Yeah, because like the issue is like now it'll be it's safer, but fans will hate it more because you have players slipping everywhere.
There's plenty of debate you can have about surface and injuries and stuff like that. I don't see how grass protects that one. That looked like his Achilles was ready to snap.
It's the coefficient of 0 or whatever the hell it is, that friction thing.
Is that right?
I mean, his foot was planted and it was the stretch going down where it looked like it snapped. I don't think that's an impact.
That's why I'm wondering if
surface.
grass comes up.
Yeah, the grass would have more give.
It's an if.
Nah,
the grass will have more.
I know you've never played golf on a real golf course before, but sometimes you get underneath it and the grass moves.
Grass would have theoretically more muscle pulls, whereas
you've only played at Top Golf where the turf
He
is,
doesn't even swing at Top Golf. He did this little strip here.
I didn't need. I don't
landing strip.
Look, I'm like the Cowboys. I don't play the exhibition games. I only worry about. Okay.
Like, would you if you were the league, would you rather have all your games on turf or a situation like Pittsburgh last week where they had a dang college football game the day before and it was ripped up awful turf that they played on?
How much?
How about neither?
How much am I making off of concerts?
$200 million a year.
There you go.
I'll take that money.
There you go. No, I think it was Rodgers' teammate or Bakhtiari is going off about this. He's blaming
the turf.
The turf.
I mean, look, I think turf, no doubt, has a massive issue when it comes to ligament damage. I don't think Michael Gallup rips up his knee if it was on grass. Just the torque that you get, you have more muscle pulls on grass because especially you slip, it slides a little bit. It's just, but I don't know, you're going to have like the ligament damage you would or tendon on the grass that you would on turf.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning on what's the name of the show, Mike?
Oh, this is the Bobby Belt Show. You didn't know. This is happening.
Bobby and everyone. Bobby and everyone.
Bobby and everybody.
Hey,
Bobby and everybody.
If I know anything about the NFL, the script is in, and Jerry just let a little few lines
You renamed
out of it.
our show KMC,
I know.
and you still haven't included Bobby in the show
I'm trying to
yet.
get Mike in it, and he's the one getting the most joy out of
New
it.
school with Bobby Belt.
Go to commercial.
Hey, good morning, Bobby.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a delightfully not 100 weather day once again. Are we done with those for
I think
the
so.
year?
I think it's over.
Yeah. Until next year, buddy.
Tomorrow, I think it's supposed to rain because my son's really upset because he really wanted to discourage Corey over there because he's taking on Brian Adams in a fall baseball game.
You need to go to that game.
It's at Brian Adams, 5:30 tomorrow.
I know where it is.
My son will throw one shutout inning against you guys and then move on to getting base hits. But
let me go see that roster. I bet there's one kid on there that's going to rock your kid's crap.
God.
All right.
What happened in sports about that you're such an ass about that all the time.
I'm going to go, you know what, Mike? I'm showing up and I'm going to have a big sign that says your dad doesn't believe in you. And I'm just going to be like, you can't do it, kid. I'm rooting against your kid today, Mike.
I'm going to make signs saying left-handed catchers are stupid for Brian Adams. All right. What
did you want to talk about?
You want to talk about the Jets?
No, I like your question. I think that should be the question to start every show is Mike going, hey, so what happened in sports?
What do you want to talk about?
I think that would be fantastic. I guess we have to go to the Monday Night Football game, right?
We were there.
I mean, you saw it.
I did see it.
You weren't at the stadium, were you?
You're right.
All right, let's go to cut number 4 because, I mean, hopefully you've heard about it. But if you haven't, this happened.
Takes the snap, drops back, looks over the middle, under pressure, and he will be sacked. Back to the 32-yard line by Leonard Floyd. And Aaron Rodgers gets up with a limp. Aaron Rodgers right now doesn't look 100% right. 11:15 to go in the opening quarter. And Aaron Rodgers is injured on the sack by Leonard Floyd. And the Jet training staff surrounds him. And Zach Wilson pops up and starts to get ready and take some warm-up throws.
Now, two things here. One, that was the first play I saw of the game. I had flipped over to the Rangers game and was watching, and then it was like, I'll be back in just a second. The Rangers game, I think they were in a moment where I was like, I got to pay attention. They went to commercial. I was like, all right, I'll go back to the football game. That's the first play I see. I was very excited to see this Aaron Rodgers Jets thing. Like, it was going to be, I'm very interested to see how they went out and said, we are going to provide a team for the Jets fans, and we're also going to have a quarterback. We're a quarterback away. Now they're still kind of a quarterback away, as I think they still have a good team. Kevin, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but I saw the video this morning. Do you remember when Kevin Durant did this and you could see that moment where it kind of rippled in the back of his sock? If there is a video out there where you see going down, 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 and then his Achilles just gives. You see it just go from it's tight and then all of a sudden it's relaxed. And it probably, like, that's the only thing it could do at that point. And that's sad for them. But man, they do get a win. So that's kind of interesting. But that I see what Jerry's saying when he says I was sick for everybody, because it's more fun when you have the Aaron Rodgers storyline, when you have a good competitive quarterback, and now the league's missing that.
I want to be careful of the way I say this.
All right.
I feel bad for him that he got hurt, but I guess I don't necessarily feel that way about like the competitive aspect, which is probably not surprising if you've heard this show before. I like the idea of an easier victory potentially for the Cowboys. Now, I don't wish injury on Aaron Rodgers or anything like that. I'm not glad that he got hurt, but if the flip side
you want
is
the easiest road possible.
a potentially easier game, I just like that aspect. I hate what led to that aspect.
Right.
But I like the idea of hopefully having an easier game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting that the Cowboys do take on the Jets next. I just felt like for NFL, it had to be a little disappointing. I guarantee you, I don't know, the ratings probably came out for the Cowboys game. I don't really try to look at those or follow those, but I assume they were great. But they couldn't have been too pleased that the Giants didn't compete on Sunday Night Football, that it was done at halftime. And if you thought like maybe there could be some sort of comeback halfway through the third quarter, you knew it was completely over. And then you get the Monday night matchup, Bills-Jets. I mean, the build-up's tremendous. September 11th, which yesterday, obviously, we're talking a lot of Cowboys, and you kind of, you get into the Cowboy season and you forget how important this date is in American history and world history.
Sure.
And then you see New York not only on September 10th against the Cowboys, but then on September 11th with the Jets being there. And it just makes you have, to me, a lot of thoughts going back to, for me,
hard to not be emotional. Yeah.
Being in Kansas City, getting ready to play the Royals that night, and everything changing in that morning. So you have all of that. And then the NFL has literally 5 minutes into the game, a major injury where Aaron Rodgers goes out. And I'm assuming the NFL's like, look, our ratings are going to be tremendous. We're going to make another 20-something billion dollars. But that couldn't have been the best for Sunday Night Football to be non-competitive, and then for Monday Night Football to lose Aaron Rodgers for the game.
Yeah, to hear Saleh after the game, and he's like, look, don't feel bad for me. Don't feel bad for them. Like, let's
hit it.
That's the audio there.
Let's hit cut number 7 first, because what I thought was really interesting is he didn't screw around. Like, he walked right to the podium, and he was like, look, I know what you are all curious about, so let's go to cut number 7. This was like straight away.
All right, I'll deal with the quarterback real quick. Concerned with his Achilles. MRI is probably going to confirm what we think is already going to happen, so prayers tonight, but it's not good.
And then cut number 8, this is probably more what you were getting at. I can't imagine how difficult that situation is, like, because you had your entire season mapped out. You had, like, potentially a Super Bowl run. And I realize their defense is still awesome.
Yep.
And so we will see how that plays out if they make a move. They said Zach Wilson's going to be their guy, but this is cut 8 with Robert Saleh going more in depth about Aaron Rodgers specifically.
That part sucks. I'm going to enjoy this win. Winning in the NFL is hard, regardless of who the quarterback is. Personally, I don't hurt for me. I don't hurt for our locker room. I hurt for Aaron and how much he's invested in all of this. So I'm still going to say a prayer. I'm still going to hold out hope. But my heart's with Aaron right now, and nowhere else.
And I understand that feeling there too. Now, if you want to look forward a little bit, Kevin, on this, their offensive line is still not good enough.
Right.
Like you heard during the HBO Hard Knock series, every time it just seemed like Saleh was calling out the offensive line for not being competitive enough and not being good enough there. And I think there was a moment where Aaron Rodgers' Achilles was like, hey, I don't want what happened to Daniel Jones to happen to me. And he was like, we'll just quit on you today so you don't have to deal with the Cowboys pressure. Like, I know that's a joke and it's tongue in cheek, Kevin, but that is kind of the feeling there, is that, I don't know, Zach Wilson's going to have to deal with a bad offensive line that's not doing the job to protect him either.
And if you haven't heard, this is fairly recent.
I haven't.
Is Aaron Rodgers, the MRI did confirm the torn Achilles, so his season is over. I mean, look, when you heard Saleh come right to the podium and he goes, look, you never know, but it looks pretty bad, you got the feeling. But yeah, there is the confirmation. So he's out for the season. So ignoring, like, I know we'll get Cowboys centric here, and I understand that, but in terms of one of the big picture stories for the NFL, this is a pretty damn big story for them for the year.
It's huge. I mean, they were really hoping that the Jets could get back on the map as a playoff contender, possibly a Super Bowl contender. And we assume that kind of ends the 2023 contender status of the New York Jets. But here's what else I wonder with Aaron Rodgers. You talked about it a little bit, Corey, with Kobe Bryant, is I know that football's a little bit different than basketball. At the same time, being 40 years old, coming back at that age, how does your body recover from an Achilles injury at that age?
Yeah.
Because if you do it at 30 years old, I mean, I'm not hoping this on anybody, but if you have a quarterback around 30, I hate to say it, Patrick Mahomes, like, I feel like his body would be able to recover better 10 plus years younger than Aaron Rodgers. I wonder. I think he's going to try everything he can to come back. But I do think there is a small percentage that at his age, it's going to be very tough. And then when he does come back, does he kind of look like, in a way, when we saw, if you're a Cowboys fan for a while, the way we saw Drew Bledsoe play quarterback or Vinny Testaverde play quarterback, where it just looks like, hey, they used to have a really good arm and they used to be able to stand in that pocket and do certain things. And I know that Aaron Rodgers is better than those two guys.
Well, and Aaron Rodgers, one of his great assets was the ability to escape a pocket.
That's what he tried to do right there, right? He tried to spin out of it to create more time. And unfortunately, as he was spinning out of it, he wasn't able to, and his Achilles ripped.
That takes away, like, that part of him coming back later down the road, that takes away from his ability to be anything other than a pocket passer. You have to have a great offensive line if you have a dude that's just standing there, or just great protections.
Can you imagine being, I believe Zach Wilson's 23 years old, and at 22, 23 years old, you're the number 2 overall pick. You're the franchise-changing player for your organization. That's who they're betting on. They bet on Sam Darnold. It didn't work out. Now they're going to bet on you. 2 years into the process, they're not betting on you anymore. They say, in fact, we're replacing you.
Yep.
You are not good enough to lead this team. We're replacing you. And 4 plays into the offense, they say, listen, all those things we said and all those things we did, we lied. You are the guy. You are going to lead us. Like, that has to be really tough. He was able to, I don't even want to say play okay. I mean, I thought he was below average yesterday on the stuff that I got to see. I did not get to see the whole game working for Bally's and doing Rangers, but I just felt for him going, wow, what a mental hurdle for him to be back as the starting quarterback as the Jets when they told you in the offseason, we are moving on from you.
And you probably won't surprise you to know there's all kinds of speculation about what the Jets will do next. Third on the betting odds. I think this is the guy to go for because I have it on good authority that he's one of the greatest football players of all time, is Taysom Hill.
Let's go.
You recall, of course, that was Ross Tucker's quote on Sunday, one of the greatest football players of all time. However, 6th on the list is Cooper Rush.
He didn't say greatest quarterback of all time.
He said football
player. He said football player. So he's really
I know
good.
he's not a Hall of Famer.
Which is really, that's still confusing.
He's
to
really
me.
good at lots of things, and not every football player is good at lots of things. They're just good at, their thing.
Nick Foles and Colt McCoy lead the way, and then I believe 11th on the list, of course, I'm sure you saw it all over social media,
Dak.
is Tom Brady.
Oh, okay.
No, I think it's more likely that Dak would go there than Tom Brady. I'm kidding, people.
Every
Relax.
commercial I see Tom Brady do.
Relax.
Why is he doing this? Every commercial is who would come back from retirement? Wink. Why does he keep doing this? Tom Brady, stop it, dude.
Because ad writers aren't creative.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's the AI. That's what it is.
The way he sold that was pretty funny.
Is there any way you're going to like Tom Brady 10 years from now? Is there a way that he could do things media-wise or charity-wise that you're like, you know what? I'll say in a way, I changed my mind a little bit on Kobe.
Okay.
I mean, he has passed now, too. I mean, like if Tom Brady, if 5 years from now he dies, that does sometimes change.
You've done a lot of reading on him, though, that I think helped
yeah,
mold
but
that.
I still hate him that he was a Laker and that he killed my Mavericks and all those things, but I respect a lot more. He's way more of an example to use for kids in his work ethic and everything than I ever thought I would use when I couldn't stand him beating my Dallas Mavericks.
I say this all the time. Every day I think is a new opportunity for somebody to do something or do something better in their life. So absolutely, I could see that. But let's talk about what's most important today, punctuation. Because I take you
got to know where your commas go, Mike.
To Patrick Mahomes, who sent out a vile tweet yesterday about Aaron Rodgers.
It wasn't.
As soon as Aaron Rodgers got hurt, he said, hate that man.
No, he didn't.
And then he also said, he did.
He did
and then
not
he said, praying for the best. Then
what was his intent?
He used the edit feature on Twitter, commas, bro, commas. Hate that, comma, man.
Yeah.
Praying for the best. Now, look, I'm only kidding. I don't actually think Patrick Mahomes.
How many people did, though? I mean, you saw the tweet.
That's a great question.
You saw the tweet.
How funny would it be if Patrick Mahomes was just praying on Aaron Rodgers' downfall and he was like, finally.
Oh, my God.
He's like, hate that
man.
man.
To get that guy out of the way.
And it's a good thing it had the praying for the best at the end, because otherwise it would have just said, hate that man.
While he's down.
Yeah, and you're like, whoa, that's really dark. But
that'll be like Ndamukong Suh stepping on him while he's on the ground.
Yes. And he goes, I always knew I'd have a need for the edit button at some point, which is objectively funny. I don't actually
We don't have that, by the way. You have to have the blue check to do that.
You have to pay for the check
mark.
You
have to pay for the edit
feature.
It's fine. I'll delete and retweet it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, that is true. But then also, as long as people are just throwing out stuff, I want to go to cut number 32. This is Joe Buck in the lead up to Monday Night Football. And had Aaron Rodgers not got hurt, I feel like this would have been a bigger deal.
Probably so.
That relationship and that partnership is what it's all about. So we're lucky that we have gotten to do it this long. And I think we only break the record if we finish the year. So We haven't broken it yet, and we, it's ESPN. We could be fired tomorrow.
Wow,
strong.
Well, that's wow. I mean, especially with jokes like that. The first thing that jumps out is too soon. But all right, we'll move on.
That's a fact.
I mean, like, that's how you know you have job security, where you just openly go on air and be like, hey, they like to fire people, so who knows?
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Evan Carter has arrived.
With us?
Plus, like, really arrived.
Okay, gotcha.
Plus, looking at the Rangers playoff tiebreakers as they suddenly feel more relevant. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Carter 1 for 5 at the outset of his big league career. Swings here and hits one high and deep down the right field line. Evan Carter has just hit his first big league home run. He has tied the score at 2. A majestic shot well over the right field wall. Carter touches them all. We're tied up here in the third.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I know Evan Carter was already here, but yesterday
he did it for me.
Felt like the day that he did it for Mike and truly arrived. And if the season ended today, besides just being weird, the Texas Rangers would be in the playoffs.
I heard that it was actually, he was like, I'm going to be on G-Bag, but he was like, I arrived a little early in the league. So I'm going to arrive a little early for the G-Bag bump, and I'm going to go ahead and hit my home run
I think we've discovered, too, there can be a pre-G-Bag bump,
yeah.
just because of the excitement involved with being on the G-Bag Nation.
So he's going to be on today with the G-Bag Nation.
He is.
I'm looking forward to hearing that from him.
He tells him thank you.
Yeah, he's like, guys, I heard about the bump, and I'm happy to be part of it.
Who interviewed him first?
Us.
The KNC Masterpiece.
Who knew about Evan Carter before people knew
Me.
about Evan Carter?
The KNC Masterpiece.
Me, because I listened to you, Mike, tell us about his
Wouldn't
cards.
the answer be Mike then?
Well, it was me because I heard about it first. But Mike, I do remember you telling us about his cards way back, and you had invested in his cards, and we were like, hold on. And then I think right afterwards, you said his cards went up and were like they were disappearing after that conversation. So that was kind of cool.
I also remember that. Now, the home run that felt like it helped turn the tide back, but also the throw out at home in the fifth that, as we mentioned, Jonah Heim did a heck of a job on that.
Yes.
But those are two big money. Do you just want to hear it? I feel like Reggie wants to hear it. Do we have that audio? We do have that audio.
Give a thumbs up. I got a thumbs up.
Let's hear it.
0-2 the count. A check of second in the pitch. Swung on and line to left. That's a base hit. Kiermaier racing around third. He's heading home. Here's the throw by Evan Carter in the air. He got him! Out at the plate is Kiermaier. Carter threw a laser to the plate in the air, and Jonah Heim put the tag on Kiermaier diving in. Down to second goes Springer on the play, and this is still a 3-2 Rangers lead.
So obviously a huge play as well. And by the way, great heads up by Reggie right there. He's like, no, don't just tell me about it. Let me hear it.
Yeah, and that I think hearing that call from Eric Nadel at the end, he gives you the importance of that. There's nobody out.
Yeah.
Runner on second base. The Rangers have taken the lead. Now, he doesn't give you all of this detail, but the Rangers have taken the lead 3-2 in the top of the fifth. They scored the run to take the lead. And we felt like, Ranger fans, I'm speaking for all of us. You can correct me if I'm wrong. We have felt like every time we take the lead, we give it up.
Yeah.
And
yes,
it's like, all right, we're through 4.5. We have the lead. And then immediately 2 hitters into the inning, you're like, crap, they just tied it up. And Evan Carter works his tail off to make sure that he makes it as short a throw as possible. He couldn't supercharge it because it wasn't hit so slowly. It was a line drive. But he does everything mechanically right to get the ball home as fast as you can get home to let Jonah Heim have a play at the plate. It wasn't a perfect throw. It wasn't perfectly on line. That's where you talked about Jonah Heim making a great play. But it just goes to show me how skilled this kid is, and not only how skilled he is, how much he cares about his work. Because I'm going to tell you, and I said this last night, I don't mind saying this, there's a lot of really young, talented players in the major leagues who don't know how to play baseball, and I don't know if it's minor league coaches not teaching baseball and they're just there to hand out charts.
Do you mean like the fundamentals when you,
Yes.
because you say that, you know, sometimes. What do you mean by that?
So the way that he fielded that ball, he makes sure to get the ball on his side. He charges hard. His last 3 steps are, I'm going to take 3 hard steps to make this throw 10 feet shorter. Just think if that throw's 10 feet longer. He's safe because the ball has to travel another 10 feet to get to Jonas. So he makes sure, without even playing left field a lot, but you can tell he's worked on just the fundamentals of an outfield coach hitting ground balls. He's not just lazily taking the ground balls because he has to. And he's like, when is my hitting session? I just want to hit, you know? And so that means that he is taking the the coaching from whoever his outfielders coaches have been in his minor league career. And he's like, no, I'm going to work on making sure that I have the proper footwork, that when I catch the ball, it's 1, 2, throw. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4 throw. You'll see guys that take way too many steps, right? And they don't care though. The minor league right now, there's a disconnect from analytics, which got way too over pumped up in the game, and they are very needed. I want to make this clear. Analytics are very needed in the game, but they got to a point where it's like only analytics, no human beings who know this game. Let's just eliminate all humans who understand the game of baseball. And it's like, well, this is bad because now you're not going to teach them how to play. You're just going to hand them pieces of paper, and that doesn't teach you how to play the game, and it's not going to teach you the footwork on how to get the ball to home
And I know
quicker.
Derek feels this way as well.
I was listening to Chris Young yesterday, Mike, and one of the things he was discussing is all the information they gave to the managers.
Yeah.
And that's what he's like, look, we have a lot of information, and that's the coaches and the managers' job to absorb that and then translate it to the players in some way.
Yeah, a computer can't tell you all that computer is going to do, your whatever they're called, Rapsodo or whatever. All that's going to tell you to do, or all that's going to tell you is how hard did Evan Carter throw the ball? What was his spin rate on his throw home? You know, what was the distance that it traveled? All those are great things. I want all of that information. But who taught him how to charge the ball like that? Who taught him how to 1, 2 throw and not 1, 2, 3, 4, go ahead and throw the ball. He's safe. It doesn't matter. Way to travel, kid. And so you just see a whole bunch of young guys in the major leagues now that don't know how to play baseball. They're very talented at it, and they can do some really nice things. But you'll see crappy organizations that aren't teaching them actually how to play. And they're like, well, they'll learn through osmosis. They'll make enough mistakes that they'll learn how to overcome that mistake and correct it. It's like, no, this is why you need coaches to help them learn some certain fundamentals. Let's mentally play through this game. I'm kind of taking a shot at Josh Smith here. Yesterday, Josh Smith did go to LSU, a very good baseball program, and he came through the Yankees organization and a little bit through the Rangers. If you're first and third, just so every kid and every coach listening, if it is first and third and there is no outs or 1 out and there's a ground ball, hit to the pitcher, hit to the third baseman, hit anywhere, you are running home. You are running home 99%. I'll say 99.9% of the time. When a ground ball is hit and it's first and third and you're the runner at third, you run home. Okay? He caused a huge double play that I thought was possibly going to lose the game. Luckily, Corey Seager came up and got a very big hit to knock in Evan Carter. But that's kind of like the kind of minor stuff that I don't think is being taught enough anymore. Josh Smith, he should know. If I'm on third base, I have to run home on any ground ball because I don't want them turning a double play. And I definitely don't want them tagging me out and throwing the ball to first base for a double play. Worst case scenario, we have first and second and 1 out. Not what we ended up with, runner on second, 2 outs. Luckily, they were stupid enough to pitch to Corey Seager in that situation.
Now, like this with Evan Carter, he's not the savior of this team, but he has provided some very good vibes around. Okay, so here's my question, Mike. I think Adolis 10-day injured list, right. And so Bochy said he expects him back before the end of the season. Josh Young to be back before the end of the season.
Adolis will not play the outfield the rest of the year.
So you think he'll DH then?
Yes, he can't. They know that physically they think he can be able to come back and possibly swing a bat.
Okay.
And somewhat get to first base. Or I don't even know what they think he can do on the bases. Because if they're telling us they don't think he can play the outfield the rest of the year.
Okay.
Then I just wonder this. Can he score from second base on a single?
Well, that's what Josh Smith is for.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But I look at it and go, but that's the hope. The hope is somewhere around September 20th, maybe a little before that for Josh Young, maybe right around that time for Adolis, that they can come back. But just know, I think
You think Evan Carter's up for good then?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if he's going to play the next 2 nights. I would not sit him out back-to-back nights. But his numbers, listening to Jared Sandler on the postgame show driving home last night, he did talk about his splits. He is worse against left-handed pitchers than right-handed pitchers. So you have back-to-back lefties pitching. So you could see, I think, Evan Carter have either tonight off or tomorrow off. I would not give him 2 days off here just because they're pitching a left-handed guy. I think he's too valuable to the team.
So something particularly noteworthy out of this game, aside from you win the game, you need as many wins as possible. you don't have to standings watch if you just keep winning
Yes.
every game, right? But
Fact.
you are in the playoffs now. Here's the other aspect of it. You're 2 games back of Houston, but of course you've lost that tiebreaker. So realistically, you're 3 games back of Houston.
Right.
So
They lost to the A's.
yes.
Who does that?
We lost to the A's. Don't worry about. Look, don't
They
worry.
lost the first game of the
about
series
that.
to the A's.
So did we.
Crap.
Is the Blue Jays and the Mariners? Do we all feel comfortable in this moment? Look, not that
Mariners are done,
Hopefully
dude.
Houston would collapse and you'd be able to go past them. But realistically, the Blue Jays and the Mariners are the 2 teams you're focused on to make the playoffs.
Rangers are hitting their stride right now, Kevin. The Mariners are toast, and the Astros play inconsistent baseball.
I hope you're right to all of that. If that didn't happen for some reason, something big about last night's game. You have 3 games left against the Blue Jays. You now hold a 3-1 lead over them in the season series, which means as long as you don't get swept, you're going to hold. You're going to get the tiebreaker. Then again, if you get swept, you might not need to worry about tiebreakers. And then you go in against Seattle. You're up 5-1 against Seattle. There are still 7 games against Seattle. But again, if you end up not getting the tiebreak against Seattle, I don't think it's going to matter anyway. So the good news is, while you're half a game back of Toronto, half a game up on Seattle, you should have tiebreakers over both of them. I know that it's not guaranteed yet, but you should have tiebreakers over both of the teams that you're competing with for the last 2 spots.
Yeah, that makes one of these next 3 games must win.
Yes.
Now,
agreed.
I would say if you go out of Toronto in a 2-2 split, I'd be like, okay, solid. I'm not happy about that, but I'm also not upset about it. It's like, all right, 2-2, that's fine. But you do have Scherzer. I don't know how healthy he is pitching tonight. You do have Montgomery pitching the next night. You would hope that you could win one of those 2 games. You have your 2 best pitchers on the mound. Evaldi pitches game 4, but I mean, I'm assuming that's going to be a 3-inning start. And then you're going to use, whether it's Martin Perez, Andrew Heaney, Cody Bradford, you're going to use one of those 3 guys to back him up for probably 3 innings to get you through 6. So I do think that last night was a huge win. I think Evan Carter, the other at bat, even though it was just a single, it was 3-2. He fouled off some really bastard pitches. And then they decided, hey, we're going to put confidence. I loved Bochy doing this, okay? Bochy has not done this a lot. I think he got fooled. This is maybe for baseball nuggets. I might carry this over. I do think Bochy got a little bit fooled as the manager of this team through 60 games, this offense. But what he did last night is he said, I'm going to trust this young kid to make contact, because if they throw strike 3, it's going to be a strike them out, throw them out situation, because it's more of a hit and run steal when it's 3-2 rather than I got to get a great jump and try to steal the base. And so he said, I'm going to put Josh Smith in motion, and I'm going to trust if Bassett throws a strike, Evan Carter's going to make contact, and he hits a rocket line drive. Bo Bichette takes a step towards second base because he does have to cover the base. That one false step, because we put a runner in motion, causes that ball to be an easy line drive into the outfield, and now it's 1st and 3rd and nobody out. So I loved Bochy getting a little bit more aggressive and trusting that Evan Carter will not swing and miss on a strike.
And just your point, Corey, somebody texted in. They didn't just lose to the A's.
Yeah.
They got shut out
by the A's, baby. Did we get shut out this week, Kevin?
We're the KNC masterpiece right here. Nope. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's continue some of these fun times with the Rangers, potentially back in the playoffs with some baseball nuggets.
I'll tease a little bit here. What about Mike Trout as a future Texas Ranger?
What?
Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tuesday, time for the Rangers Player Show, and rookie Evan Carter will join us at 2:20. The Nation runs till 5:30 on The Fan.
Football fans, we want to get you ready for the ultimate kickoff to the weekend. You're welcome. And that's by partying at Buffalo Wild Wings with us. And this Friday, we're always moving across the Metroplex for the Friday football feast. We will be in Arlington, 1301 North Collins, that Buffalo Wild Wings in Arlington. Will we go see my son at college after that? Who knows what the day might hold, because it's the Friday football fun feast.
I love the Friday football feast, Kevin. I love the fact that we get to do this because it's Buffalo Wild Wings. They got great food. We love it there, man. Plus, on top of that, expect unbeatable deals on Miller Lite. Yeah, that's right. The official beer of the Dallas Cowboys. The best wings in town. You heard it. 26 mouth-watering sauces, rubs to choose from. I got that sauce, the Sauce Gardner one. They're going to need a lot of that.
So far, I tried one of them.
And
it was delicious.
Okay, all right, there you go.
I don't
That's
have the
one.
most expanded palate, so if I like it, you'll like
You'll
it.
probably stick with that one for a while. Look, it's not just a sports bar. It's the place for you to be. Wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss a second of action. So come on down. Join us this Friday. Buffalo Wild Wings, and grab an ice-cold Miller Lite. Buffalo Wild Wings and Miller Lite, the perfect pairing for your touchdown-worthy football season. We'll see you there.
Blood donations are at their lowest in the summer, but you can help. In just 1 hour, you can donate blood with Carter Blood Care to help local patients in need. So take a break, donate blood, save lives. Visit carterbloodcare.org.
When you think of health, where does your mind go? To the doctor's office? Or to your community, where you can join kids clubs and local events? At your grocery store, where an allowance makes it easier to eat healthy? Or on your street, where a ride is there to take you to the doctor? We're WellPoint, a health insurance company that knows that health isn't just one thing, it's everything. WellPoint, your whole health is our whole point. Services are provided by WellPoint Texas Inc. or WellPoint Insurance Company.
At Comerica Bank, we believe every business should have equal access to opportunities and resources. That's why we created Comerica Co-work Spaces, free for any Comerica small business customer. Book an office, access tech, use a meeting room, network with other business owners, and more, all for free. To learn more about how Comerica supports all small businesses, visit comerica.com/spaces. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender. Comerica Co-work Spaces is available to Comerica customers only.
Okay, next time you're at the store, I dare you to not think about the unmistakable fresh, clean scent of Irish Spring. Yeah, you heard me. I want you to resist picturing a shower filled with those sensational Irish Spring suds. And if you succeed, well, you got what my gramps used to call resolutitude. Not a real word, but let's be honest, you're probably going to end up leaving with Irish Spring because of its irresistible scent and because you have zero resolutitude. Pick up Irish Spring today.
Meet Bruce.
Hey there.
He's a busy soccer dad who's trying hard to learn the game.
Go for the end zone.
Whoops. Luckily, other things come easy, like banking with Chase. On a tip from his banker, he set up autosave in the Chase mobile.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold directly to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Cabrera ready. Here's his pitch. Swinging a high fly ball deep into left center field. Varsho going back to the wall. He looks up. It's out of here. Grand slam, Jonah Heim. The Rangers lead it 10-3 as Jonah hits his 16th home run of the season, and the Rangers now are up by 7.
Thank you, umpire, for calling strike 2.
Dude, he was mad about that strike, and it was a bad call, but he was mad about it, and then he took it out on that baseball.
Do you think that was the reason as we go into baseball nuggets for that home run? Vengeance on the umpire?
No, but it gave us another pitch, and that pitcher could not find the strike zone. He was erratic. So I was saying on a 3-2 pitch, when you have bases loaded 3-2 in that situation and you don't know where the ball's going, you can't really execute a corner fastball, whether it's inside, outside corner. Then you do have to throw it down the middle, and he executed it. He threw it right down the middle, and Jonah Heim got himself a grand slam and a W for the Rangers. I want to go back and talk about what I was just talking about for a second. Then I'm going to move on to Dane Dunning and possibly Mike Trout. Here's where I say that Bochy might have got fooled by our offense after a few months, right? It's the greatest offense in the history of baseball. Yep. Bochy even said a whole bunch of times with us here on 105.3 The Fan at 12:20 on Tuesdays, which we're about to have him on later in the show today. I know this can't keep up. The Rangers aren't going to score double-digit runs every third game, and they're not going to average 7 runs a game for a 2-month span. It will settle down. But what happens is your brain gets to watching 60-plus games, and you go, all right, I'm waiting for the double. I'm waiting for the home run. It keeps happening every day. Why would I run myself into a possible out situation? Let's be very conservative because we will hit a double, then a single, then a double, then a homer, and we just scored 4 runs in an inning. Big inning over. Yay for us. And I think that a little bit of the fooling your manager is, well, maybe I shouldn't put a guy in motion on 3-2 and nobody out. Maybe I shouldn't do this because I've seen this guy hit a double 5 times out of the 7 opportunities he had in the first month of the season. And then I saw him do it again in the second month of the season. And so it's just human nature. If you see a guy succeed in these situations a whole bunch, then you're like, I don't need to try to put any more pressure on the other team. We put enough pressure on the team by just having these guys in the batter's box. But I think Bochy last night, to me, with Josh Smith on first base, I'll go back to he put the guy in motion on 3-2. Evan Carter does strike out quite a bit in the minor league. So there is not like he's a major contact guy. He's a major on-base percentage guy. He's not a major contact guy. But I thought, hey, I want to put some action in this game, and I'm going to trust it, and it's going to cause possibly a positive situation for my team, which it did. So I'm hoping that, yes, the Rangers score 10. I hope they score 10 tonight too. But I also hope that there's nothing wrong if Simeon reaches first base. I am not running with Seager because he's just I hold him on first base. It opens up that hole more.
Yeah.
The second baseman has to be in double play depth. So I will, keep that hole. But when Nate Lowe comes up or Mitch Garver comes up and there's 1 out or 2 outs and Simeon can run, I don't mind trying to steal second base. I don't mind now if he gets thrown out. So he gets thrown out. I was trying to make a single score a run instead of us having to hit a double to score a run.
Look, it could be a be careful what you wish for, but I know the fan base has been waiting for this for some time.
All right, so let's go to Dane Dunning. I was talking to you two guys before the show started about Dane Dunning and Jonah Heim. We heard the highlight of Jonah Heim. Jonah Heim did a great job again behind the plate. I thought there were 3 or 4 pitches that were definitely balls that he frames up that he gets the umpire to call strike. So great job again from Jonah Heim in receiving. But he was working with Dane Dunning. I can't remember what inning, but Dane Dunning really struggled in the second inning. He gave up 2 runs. It looked like he kind of lost his command, lost his control, and he kept battling, and he had a really gutsy performance to get through 6 innings for the Rangers, give up 3 runs. First win from a Rangers starting pitcher since mid-August.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, it was
What?
the second inning. Maddox goes out and talks to him and Jonah.
Yeah.
And then in the third inning, you could see communication from Jonah about stuff that Maddox was telling them. So that's where I kind of picked that up.
And so Jonah kind of looked at Dane Dunning and kind of said, "Come to me." Like he was kind of giving the wave of like waving in an airplane or something like as they're directing. And he wanted, as Dave Valley, I thought, did a good job of explaining, I need your momentum going towards home, because when Dane Dunning has gotten erratic, I talked about it years ago when he first came to the Texas Rangers, he will go towards the left-handers on deck circle.
Okay.
So he will go towards the first base on deck circle.
Like
and
his foot steps out that way?
Not so much his foot. It's really his glove side. Remember, you guys make fun of me because I say his glove side jerks off. Well, when his glove side jerks and that shoulder leaves early, it causes you to get on the side of the baseball, which now instead of sink, you get run. So let's just say the ball wants to come back to the right side for Dane Dunning. It will run. It'll have no sink. Well, it's staying on the same plane. It's a lot easier to hit pitches that stay on the same plane. When they are moving sideways and downward, that makes it tougher to connect with the barrel and barrel it up. That's why you want sink and not run when you're throwing two-seam fastballs. The other thing which it can cause is it can cause you to pull the ball, and there is no sink, there is no run. It just pulls into the left-hander's batter's box. That's when Dane Dunning goes bad. And so Jonah, you can't go out to the mound every time, right? You only have 5 visits. If the pitching coach goes out, that's a visit. If the catcher goes out, it's a visit. And so you can't visit as much anymore. So I think Dane Dunning was taking the nonverbal cue from Jonah. Stay in your lane, stay in your tunnel. And I saw this from Marvin Freeman. I've actually used it in coaching kids, and he calls it the Clayton Kershaw drill. And so when you think about Clayton Kershaw lifts his leg really high.
Yes.
When nobody's on base. And then his foot comes down and almost hits the ground again. And sometimes it does hit the ground. And then he pushes hard towards home. What he's doing is he's staying right on line with home plate. He doesn't want his body going towards the batter's box on the left-hand side or the batter's box on the right-hand side. He wants to stay in the same tunnel, so his momentum is going towards home plate, because guys can pitch a little bit funky. Madison Bumgarner, Chris Sale, you mentioned the Weaver brothers that used to do it.
It would stop
Roger Pavlik from a long time ago, if you're a big-time Ranger fan, but it's really tough to pitch that way. It's tough to open up tremendously, too. So you're talking about, well, some pitchers have opened up. I believe Presley, who's from this area, who's the closer for Houston, he seems to open up that front side early with his leg. We call it gating. Instead of really pushing your ass towards the target, you gate that front knee so it looks like a gate opening, which can cause issues. But for